Hello, mic testing.
आवाज आ रही है आवाज आ रही है पहले पिच रिपोर्ट और
जी सर, आवाज आ रही है? Very warm welcome once again from our stadium. Good afternoon, all, and very warm welcome once again from Malik Stadium. And today is the game between Fujairah taking on Dubai, and we've got Faizan Khan with the pitch report.
Welcome to the pitch report of match number 11 of the Emirates D50 powered by Fan Code. Conditions are a little different today. You can see that there's a lot of wind here, although this is the same wicket that the game is going to be played on. The last game was played on this wicket and 292 runs were scored, which were chased down in just 42 odd overs. This wicket looks a good batting wicket, but up front you need to make sure that you need to score somewhere around 330 odd because the dew is going to come in and it's going to be easier to chase on this wicket. Look at this grass on this wicket, which is on back of the good length area. It's pretty cosmetic if you ask me, but if you bowl in the right areas, I think there will be slight movement, and also the wind is going to play a role up front. This looks like a good batting wicket, and I think team winning the toss would decide to bowl first.
Well, thank you, Faizan Khan, and now we are going to head down for the toss.
Welcome to the match number 11 of the Emirates D50 powered by Fan Code. This game is going to be played between Fujairah and Dubai. The two captains along with the match referee are here with me. And to flip the coin, it's going to be Mohammad Usman from Fujairah. Heads is the call from Aditya.
Tail it is.
Tails it is.
Yeah.
Usman, you have won the toss.
Yes. We are going to ball first.
Usman, you're going to bowl first. Is there a particular reason why you have decided this?
Yes. There was a dew in last match, so hope so we will get dew today also. That's why we are doing batting second.
The last match you played was a pretty close game. So are there any changes in your side?
Yes, definitely. There are two changes. Both fast bowlers are not playing, and Sabir and Zawar is coming in.
All right, all the best for today's game. Thank you, Usman. Aditya, what would you have decided if you had won the toss?
Yeah, actually we got what we wanted. So yeah.
Don't you think Dew is gonna be playing a factor here?
It is, but I don't know. There's a bit of breeze blowing, so we are hoping that the dew doesn't come in. And even the dew has come in the first two games. We defended a score, so yeah.
It hasn't worked for you in the last game, I believe. But how is it gonna be from here on?
Yeah, last game it didn't work for us because we didn't get enough runs, not because we bowled badly or because the dew came in. Yeah, we dropped a couple catches, but it was because we didn't get enough runs. Yeah.
What do you think is gonna be a good score batting first?
325 plus, because we've seen gets easy. The wicket is pretty good, so it gets easy to bat on. Gets better to bat on in the second inning. So anything above 325.
All the best for today's game. Well, the news from the middle is that Fujairah has won.
Thank you, Faizan Khan. And the news from the center is that Fujairah has won the toss and they've decided to bowl first. And the lineups: Dubai, Aditya Shetty, Aryan Lakra, Fad Nawaz, Nalish, Raul Bhatia, Ronak Panoli, Safir Tariq, Surya, Syed Haider Wasi Shah, Taimur Ali, and Yog Sharma. For Fujairah, Asif Khan, Farazuddin the youngster, Muhammad Usman leading today, Mujahid Amin, Ron Mustafa, Sabir Rao gets the game, Salman Khan. It's a formidable team. Omar Ali Khan, Zawar Fareed, Zishan Abid the wicketkeeper, and the leg spinner, Zuhaib Zubair. All is set, and I would like to welcome in the combox Faizan Khan.
Thank you so much, Asghar. Yeah, it's pretty hot out there, but pretty windy as well. And of course, Fujairah winning the toss, deciding to bowl first, which was as expected, Asghar. Frankly, the way the wickets have behaved in the past few games, every captain would want to actually win the toss and decide to bowl first. Although Aditya said that we got what we wanted, so possibly they're looking at a big total. He said somewhere around 325 plus. And I think if they get there, 330 odd would be a good total. But a 292 was chased down in just 42 overs in the last game. That is something that every team batting first will have to take consideration of and will have to plan accordingly. They need to pace their innings well. And it is not going to be an easy task, mind you. This wicket is the same wicket that we had in the last game also. And as I pointed out, 292 were chased down in 42 overs. So the wicket doesn't have a lot of demons. If you bowl in the right areas, you'll get some purchase from the wicket because there's grass just back of the length and on good length areas. Both sides of the wicket. One towards the left-hander and from the far end towards the right-hander. So you need to be very considerate where you're bowling. You need to keep the ball just back of the length in good areas. There's also a lot of wind out there. That might just support bowling a little bit. If you pitch it full, you might get a little swing.
Beautifully summed up, and we are all set. Sabir Rao has got the new ball in his hand. He's got a slip in. Three fielders on the offside in the ring, point cover, and he left quite a bit of gap there between cover and mid-off, and same between point and cover. So he's looking to bring that one back with the new ball. Straight away, some little bit shape down the leg side, touch wavered. Beautifully summed up by Faizan Khan. Teams batting first, they got to look to score 325, 330 to have that extra cushion, especially when the dew comes around. Most teams have fell short, realizing that 280, 290 is not enough batting first.
Absolutely. Fujairah in the last game actually won the toss and they decided to bat first. And it turned out to be a pretty close game for them in the last match that they played down the leg. Not a great start, not an ideal start from him, but some shape on the ball, some swing into the right-hander as well. If he can just bowl outside the off stump, he can get that grass patch to come into play as well. And it might just be a little difficult from back of the length. Some of the balls might carry a little bit to the keeper. Some of them would skid on. It's not live green grass, but that patch is thick enough to actually make a difference if you bowl it in the right areas.
Sabir Rao. He gets it on line. He's got four fielders on the leg side. Short catching mid-wicket. Ron Mustafa there at mid-on and man back on the deep square leg boundary. That means that he's anticipating with his natural swing to trap the right-hander in front. He's got a slip in as well. Sabir Rao, pretty tall, hits the deck hard, has the ability to move the new ball. Here it comes again from the pavilion end. Beautiful delivery, right on the money.
Yeah, Sabir is a good bowler and he can get some shape going as well. The wind is blowing across the ground from the left to right of your screen. And that might just curve the ball a little bit more inwards for the left-handed bowler. So it might just be trouble days for the right-hander. Consistent shape on that delivery till now from Sabir. This time it's banged into the wicket here. Well bowled, just back of the length. This is the right area to bowl on this wicket. Although a left-handed bowler might not be able to exploit that patch outside the off stump until and unless he's coming around the wicket to bowl. Because it's on that 6th stump mark outside the off stump. Good delivery. After those 2 wides, it's turning out to be a good over here, Asghar.
Yeah, just getting his direction right. He would be hoping that one really nips a long way. Still is a hard new ball. There's a big shout there. The umpire is unmoved. There was that extra bit of bounce. Zishan Abid going straight away up. Umar Ali Khan also pointing out there that he heard something. Only time will tell. That was a close shape, beautiful delivery.
That's the carry that I was talking about, Asghar. This is bound to happen if you bowl back of the length, right areas. It'll get some carry. This is a good wicket to bat on. Make no mistakes about that fact. And that is why it is very important for someone like Ronak Panoli and Aryan Lakla, who already have 3 centuries between them. If they get going, we might be looking at a big score here. This has been pulled away, nicely done in front of square. Only a single though. There's a fielder at square leg, so I think Fujairah have done their homework when it comes to bowling against Ronak Panoli.
Yeah, Ronak normally likes to take the bowling on, I think, but here he needs to just get himself in. Both are quality players, these youngsters. And Aryan Lakra represented UAE. He's been a regular feature in the recent past. And these two right and left hand combination, they will be looking to get off to a solid start. I think first 5 overs, if they can hang in there, establish at the crease, Dubai, they must be eyeing a big total. It's all about that foundation. And
Absolutely, and so much more in a 50-over game compared to a 20-over game, which these players are more used to playing actually. This is the only 50-over tournament along with Bukhatir tournament that happens in Sharjah. When it comes to Division A, B cricket here in the UAE. So not all that exposure for these players for playing the 50 overs. Back of the length, outside off stump, lets it go. Aryan Lakla has a good temperament to open the innings. This concludes the first over. Just 1 run off the bat and 2 wides, 3 without loss. Umar Ali comes in to bowl the second over. Reminds me of Darren Semi whenever he comes out to bowl. This is nicely played by Ronak Panoli, just waiting for it, opening the face of the blade. It's going towards the boundary, and 4 given by the umpire there. So not a great start for Umar Ali Khan. This is nicely played though. Minimal movement. Just letting the ball come onto the bat between short third and backward point. First boundary on the 7th delivery of the match.
yeah, Umar Ali Khan, bit surprising to come on that early. Normally doesn't take the new ball. Beautiful timing there by Ronak.
Umar Ali Khan lovingly called Jani, and that is why you see that name on his jersey under the jersey number 7 outside the off stump. Military medium pace. Oh, what a drive. On the up. Beautifully timed. Timed to perfection, in fact. And those are the kind of chases that every fielder hits. Back-to-back boundaries to start the over with. Ronak Panoli looking to force the pace here.
Yeah, really positive footwork, great stride, high elbow hitting through the line, and that's beautifully timed by Ronak. Back-to-back boundaries, and he's been in terrific form of late, Ronak Panoli.
Brilliant shot. One of the more difficult shots to play. But there's no swing when it comes to Umair Ali Khan. Rohan Mustafa now having a discussion with Umair Ali Khan, possibly giving him a word of advice. Smiles exchanged. Outside the off stump once again. Cut away this time around and again onto the front foot. It was more of a square drive on the up rather with a horizontal bat. It's beautifully done. Back-to-back 3 boundaries here. And I think Fujairah and Umair Ali Khan are going to be under pressure.
Terrific shot again. Not great pace in this track. And Umair Ali Khan pitching the ball up, looking for that early swing, and Ronak Panoli 3-4s in a row. My words. He's remind me of someone as an opening batsman who likes to take the game on. He's got good defense as well, but that instance of taking the game on, like back in the day, Virender Sehwag, Adam Gilchrist, likes of David Warner's, he's that sort of temperament where he likes to get on with it. 3 boundaries for him. He's looking really compact.
Certainly compact, confident, and not compassionate for the bowler, definitely. 3 C's to define Ronak Panoli here. Umair Ali Khan, I don't know how good a move is it to actually bring him up front, because he's a very good bowler in the middle overs. This one has been driven away, backward of point, straight to the fielder. And that concludes the over. Expensive over to start the proceedings for Umair Ali Khan. 12 of it, it's 15 without loss after 2. Good start for Dubai. Aryan Lakra comes on to strike against Sabir Rao, who continues outside the off stump, nicely bowls some shape away from the left-hander. Not a great shot. He's shadow practicing that shot, trying to hit it on the up. This is what Ronak did on that third ball of the last over, where he got a 4 for it. But the fact is, there's a difference between the 2 bowlers as well. Umair Ali Khan, a military medium pacer, better off in the middle overs. Make no mistake, I really like the temperament that he has. The temperament, the build of the guy. He's very positive, Umair Ali Khan. And this one has been driven straight to the fielder at a backward point. A very fine backward point, in fact, if I might add. It's more in a gully position than a backward point, that fielder. Usually we see a backward point in a 50-over game or a 20-over game, but this is more like a gully there, so maybe a catching position. Although I don't know how great an idea is this, because Sabir Rao again bowls at decent pace, not express fast. The slip in place as well, and again trying to drive on the up, dropping his wrist just at the last moment. It goes to that man in the gully once again. And another dot ball. This is a good start once again to the second over from Sabir Rao.
Yeah, bowling in the right areas, and Aryan Lakra just trying to get the feel of the things. So far, he hasn't been able to move his feet front or back. Just stuck a little bit on the crease. He's got to be careful with that shape. Once again, not able to get that stride in. As an opening batsman, you've got to look to get into good positions. Move your feet as quick as possible. He's got a slip and gully in. That's his strength, moving the ball away from the left-hander, and that's the area he's drawing him consistently in this over to find the outside edge.
I think these are very good lengths coming in from Sabir Rao. because this is in the corridor of uncertainty for a batter. He doesn't know whether to come onto the front foot or go onto the back foot. And Aryan Lakla has been caught napping at the crease 3 times. This time he gets bat to ball. This time he drives it on the up square of the wicket and gets 4 for it.
Extra bit of room given by Sabir Rao. Just error on his line. Before he was coming a lot closer. Slightly short as well on the front foot. Much better feet movement and great intent. Another boundary for Dubai. They're looking really, really good. 19 for none so far.
Similar shot to what Ronak played in the last over from Umair Ali Khan. Similar delivery as well. But as Asghar pointed out, there was too much room there. This has been flicked away and nicely done towards the other side of the ground. Is there a fielder there? I don't think anyone is going to get there. It's rolling down to the ground. Has reached to the boundary. 4 given by the umpire. Nicely played. Poor delivery. Trying to overcompensate for that last ball outside the off stump. And bowling into the pads. Easily flicked away. Runs flowing from these 2 batters here.
Yeah, terrific shot once again. Good balance, good head position. He didn't fall over. That was the first attempted in-swinger to the left-hander from Sabir Rao. Drifting onto the pads. And wonderful boundary to end the over. 3 overs gone. It's 23 for none up Dubai.
First change already. Rohan Mustafa coming into bowl around the wicket. He's a very good bowler, make no mistake about that. Doesn't turn the ball all that much though. Tossed up and played down the ground. There's a fielder at long on. Umair Ali Khan will come into play. And only a single this time around. This is what he does. He mixes his pace really well. Would bowl a couple of Yorkers which dip very, very quickly onto you. And loves to bowl from around the wicket to the right-handers and the left-handers both. He's going to come in around the wicket once again, this time for Aryan Lakla. Brings the short fine in. There's a long on. There's a long off in position. This is driven towards extra cover. Nicely played straight to the fielder. Very experienced Rohan Mustafa.
Yeah, it's a very good move with the left-hander in, and especially after that expensive over from Umair Ali. I think this is a wise move to bring in the experience of Rohan Mustafa early into the game. And he's a pretty accurate bowler. He's going to look to tie one hand up, and he's very quick to finish his over.
Absolutely, one of those players that that's shown in the ILT 20. Nicely bowled, looping in the air once again, inviting the batter to drive. Long off will come into play once again. Only a single on the 5th ball of the over. This is turning out to be a good over for Fujairah. They had given quite a few in the first 3. They've pulled things back just a little bit in this over. Only 2 singles coming off it. Last ball. And nicely bowled onto the pads. Captain Mohammad Usman will field it. That ends the over. A good one for Fujairah. 4 overs gone, 25 without loss. Sabir Rao continues outside the off stump. Nicely bowled once again. He's been consistently bowling in that channel, minus that delivery on the last ball of the over, which was flicked away towards square leg for a 4. Otherwise, he's been pretty decent in his spell till now.
Yeah, loose shot once again from Aryan. Just feeling for that ball. And he left-hander. He loves width on the offside, but he's got to be real careful. Sabir Rao can't afford to give room to Aryan or drift onto his pads. So he's got to bowl a really tight line. Just about fifth stump on the offside. Slight fumble there. Back foot point. That allows Aryan to get to the other end. And that will bring Ronak Panoli on strike to face Sabir Rao. Sabir Rao charging in. Nicely driven. Again, slight fumble there. I think it's Fahd Nawaz there or Zubair. That short cover. That's just not good enough at this level. You got to be a bit more tighter than that.
Absolutely. Straight to him. Straight out. Could have been a dot ball. Strike rotated because of that misfield. So 2 runs coming off this over. Both courtesy misfields. Sabir to continue with his longish run-up. Comes in running from the 30-yard circle. Outside the off stump. Beautifully driven. Oh, once again. Stand and deliver. This is nicely timed as well from Aryan Lakra. Reaches the fence.
Once again, that extra bit of room, and he likes to play square of the wicket on the offside. And that is a beautiful square cut, basically off the front foot. Little bit of room there by Sabir. After his first over, he's been struggling a little bit, especially against Aryan. 3 boundaries of Sabir Rao. Got to get back on that length. Maybe test him with that short delivery.
Yeah, it was a half cut, half drive onto the front foot, hitting it with a horizontal bat, using his wrist to keep it down. This time it's on the other side of the ground, and the result, I am sure, is going to be the same. This reaches to the mid-wicket fence in a jiffy. That's another 4 back-to-back boundaries once again for him.
Terrific. Aryan, he's away to a flyer. And this is the action replay of the previous over, where he had 2 back-to-back boundaries of Sabir Rao. Again, overcompensating, and that brings the slip out to short mid-wicket. Rao perhaps trying a bit too much.
Absolutely. He needs to bowl in those areas that he was bowling in the first over. This is a better delivery, a much better delivery. That has been edged. Squaring Aryan Lakra up. What a comeback by Sabir Rao. The first wicket goes. First blood drawn by Fujairah. It's Aryan Lakra walking back to the pavilion here.
That's more like Sabir Rao hitting the right area. He's got Aryan Lakra caught on the crease, nor forward nor back, caught on the crease and beautifully held low down by Zishan Abid. The first one goes Aryan Lakra. Dubai are 1 down.
And that is exactly the reason why you need to bowl in the right areas. How beautifully bowled. Just back of the length, carrying to the keeper nicely, squaring Lakra up. He had no way to play at that. Just poking at it outside the off stump and paying the price. First wicket down. Nilansh Keswani, the new batter to come out to bat. Ronak Panoli is going to take strike to Rohan Mustafa. And a first ball dot. Rohan has been bowling well. Down the ground this time, powerfully hit straight to the man at long off, mid off rather. And another dot ball. This was there to be hit though. And Rohan knows it. That's why he has a smile on his face. Better delivery. Onto the pads. He has protection there for this kind of delivery. And he's going to bowl quite a few of those. And is going to quickly finish his over as well.
Very good shot. Great use of the feet. Nice free-flowing shot there by Panoli. All the way for 6. Before that delivery, there was one over-pitched, which he drilled it towards mid-off on that occasion. Clean as a whistle. Great flourish of the bat. All the way for 6. This is the thing I love about Ronak Panoli. Any sort of room or over-pitch, he cashes on.
Yeah, first 6 of the innings here. He might have lost his partner, but there's no stopping Ronak Panoli. Short, quicker one, good bit of fielding from mid-wicket. I think it's the captain Mohammad Usman there. Sliding to save it from going for a single. Nicely bowled to finish the over. 6 of it. Another over down. In terms of runs, they are looking pretty decent, Dubai, but they have lost the all-important wicket of R.N. Lakra. Those are the two teams on your screen right now. Ronak Palondi, Anil Lakla open the innings. Lakla back to the pavilion. Nilansh Keswani, Syed Haider Shah, who played very well in the last game, scored a 50 there. Haider Wasisha, Safir Tariq, Fahad Nawaz, Taimur Ali, Aditya Shetty, the captain of the side, Surya Satish, Rahul Bhatia, and Yug Sharma. Looks like a balanced side, although a young side. On the other end, lots and lots of experience there. Between Rohan Mustafa, Mohammad Usman. I think Rohan and Usman altogether would have played more matches than the whole Dubai side. Asghar.
Yeah, definitely. Don't forget Asif Khan as well. Plenty of experience and depth there. But it's a young side, Dubai. Plenty of talent there on display. And Nilansh nicely behind. I like that front foot stride against Saber Rao. He's got his work cut out. Because if Saber hits that corridor of uncertainty, he's in business. But the first delivery, he was rightly behind that one. Again, wow. That's a good delivery. A little bit of nibble off the seam.
Whenever Saber has bowled outside the off stump, back of the length, he's looked very threatening. It's just when he tries to overcompensate and brings one back in, that is when he's looked ordinary. This is where he needs to bowl. It's a 50-over game. It's not 20 overs. You don't need to experiment much. Keep bowling in the right areas. And this is where the mindset comes in. The strength of the mind on display from Sabir Rao. And again, nicely bowled. This time on that off-stump mark. And again, caught on the back foot. That shows that he's bowling back of length, good length areas.
Spot on there, Faizan. 50 overs, it's all about patience, accuracy. You got to build pressure and create enough pressure, bowl those maidens, try to keep it tight, especially with the new balls. And then batsman might feel that he needs to get on with it. In that process, if he try to force that issue, might end up playing a loose stroke. Asif Khan does well. That was a nice delivery as well. Sabir Rao. Beautifully driven. This is a shot of the inning so far for me. Look at that stride. It wasn't that a batter delivery, but terrific footwork from Nilesh.
Yeah, Nilansh, very good. On to the front foot quickly, and this was a little too full once again from Sabir. That has been the problem. Consistency is an issue for Sabir Rao. He's bowled some very good deliveries outside the off stump, back of the length, or length deliveries. But when he bowls full and bowls into the stumps, that becomes a problem for him. And all that pressure that was built in the first 4 deliveries taken away by that boundary.
Yes, once again, it's patience game. Who will crack first? In this innings for Fujairah, Sabir Rao has bowled well in patches, but not consistent enough. That concludes the over. 7 overs gone. After 7 overs, 45 for 1. Batting first after being asked to bat by Fujairah. And Ron Mustafa will continue once again. He's been pretty tidy apart from that 6 which hit by Ronak Panoli down the ground in the previous over.
Yeah, 2 overs for 8 runs for Rohan Mustafa. In he comes. Ronak Panoli on strike once again. Down the ground once again. This is in the air. Umair Ali Khan gets to it and takes it cleanly eventually. I think he has misjudged the catch for a moment, but makes up for it. This is huge wicket. Ronak Panoli, the man in form, goes back to the pavilion here. And Rohan Mustafa gets the man.
Bit over ambitious there, Ronak Panoli. He played a great shot in the last over, but that one was way straighter than this one. The trap was set, and perhaps he's bowling into the wind, and wind might just have hold that one back in. Very good judge catch there by Umair Ali Khan. Ronak Panoli goes. It's 2 down for 45, Dubai. New batsman is Syed Haider Wasi Shah, and rightly so. Coming at 4, there's been a talk in the media and the social media from various quarters that he should be batting up the order. And here he comes at batting at number 4.
And I think the right move as well, because he scored a 50 in that last game, batting at the same position. Syed Haider Wasi Shah, Rohan Mustafa smiles all around. The smiling assassin there. Bowls into the stumps, played down confidently down the ground. Umair Ali Khan once again. It was eventually a good catch from Umair Ali Khan. These windy conditions are not easy to take catches. The ball curves in the air a lot when it's coming at you, especially at the boundary. It has distance to travel, and with that wind taking it elsewhere, he took time to get under the ball. Eventually had to dive a little bit to actually get to it. 46 for 2 after 7.2. It was a very good start for Dubai, but those 2 wickets are going to come back to haunt them, because they need a partnership here between Nilansh Keswani and Syed Haider, both youngsters. Both very good players, make no mistake about that fact. Nicely bowled, back of the length, driven nicely as well, showing it the full face of the bat. And another dot ball. Rohan Mustafa has been exemplary till now.
Yeah, look at that. Right on the money once again. He's got a slip in. Asif Khan is there. He's not a big spinner of the ball, but you never know. Again, one going on straight. If he's able to turn one, he brings the slip into play.
Yeah, there's a reason why, because he rarely bowls a tossed up delivery, gives it air. He likes to bowl flatter through the air, tries to change his pace a lot. This was slower through the air. No purchase from the wicket, but good call coming in from Heather. Nilansh not happy about it. Nilansh thought there was a single there, ran for it, sent back by his partner. A dot ball to end the over. Very good one. A wicket and a run. 46 for 2 after 8.
Sabir Rao will continue once again. That's a good delivery. Just back of length. The new batsman in, Syed Haider. He's got a great temperament and he's played a lot of cricket. Dubai needs him to bat right through. Someone in the top 4. The other two, Aryan Lakra and Ronak Panoli, both looked good, but back in the hurt, it's imperative that your top 4, someone makes a big score.
Back of the length outside the off stump once again. On that 4th stump mark. Nicely bowled once again. No curve, no swing there for Sabir Rao. But his line and length has been very, very good when he's looked at bowling outside the off stump to right-handers and left-handers. Just back of the length. This is where he's the most dangerous. He's given runs at almost 6 runs and over, but has picked up a wicket as well. And a very important wicket on a beautiful delivery, mind you. Squaring Aryan Lakla up. Aryan Lakla, mind you, has 2 centuries to his name in this tournament, and to square him up like that was something from Sabir Rao. And again, good bounce from him. Onto the back foot this time around, Vasisha. And playing it towards the cover region. Another dot ball. We haven't seen a lot of runs in the last 2 overs, including this one. The last 9 balls have gone for only a single. Not a problem. Still a lot of overs to go here. What they need is a big partnership. When I say big, I mean at least 120, 130 run partnership from here on.
Absolutely, and this is a typical juncture of the game. Back in the day, classic 50 overs, 2 down early, and then the repairing job needs to be done by your number 3 and number 4. He's just flirting with danger there, feeling for the ball, looking for that drive. Early nerves there from Syed Haider. He gets away with it.
And again, the reason for that is it was bowled at back of the length. As a batter, you're confused whether to come onto the back foot or go on the back foot or come towards the ball onto the front foot. This time, he tried to be in the crease and try to hit it, force the pace. Beaten all ends up. Only a single coming in the last 10 deliveries here. Good over this from Sabir Rao. And again, outside the off-stump edge, this time around, there's a third man that will come into play. Umair Ali Khan will field the ball, and it's going to be a single. Not convincing, but they will take it no matter how they come.
Well, that's a loose shot. Very loose around off-stump. That was angled across. Perhaps maybe was he's just in his mind anticipating that in-swinger from Sabir Rao, which he's not been able to get off late because the ball is getting a little old in this afternoon. 5th over into his spell. Not much movement at the moment. So he's just feeling for the ball around off stump.
Of course, the conditions are very dry. It's windy. And there's a lot of sun. It's not going to swing much. Outside the off stump, banged in short. Back of the length. Nicely bowled. Nicely played as well eventually by Keswani. Plays it towards mid-off. Another single to end the over. It's 9 overs gone. And Fujairah has made a comeback, 48 for 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2
R- Ron Mustafa continuing here. I think he will have an extended spell here, especially with a left-hander in. Right on the money. Another dot ball. He gets through his over so quickly, Ron Mustafa. Pretty accurate as well.
Since the time Rohan has come out to bowl, brakes have been applied on this batting unit. Another ball that has been driven away, nicely done, but straight to the fielder once again on extra cover. Slow through the air, edged. Is it? Or hit the pads? We'll have to wait and watch for the umpire signal there. I think it was off the bat. I think it was dropped.
Well, that was beautifully bowled. Just lowered it up. Before that, he was really pushing all those deliveries through the air quickly, and that one a lot slower. And guess what? He just lost his balance as well. Fell over as well. Lucky to be still there.
Pitched up this time around. Straight to the man on extra cover once again. Mustafa going through his overs very, very quickly and back of the length. Nicely played. Good bit of fielding as well. No run taken. That's another good over coming in from Rohan Mustafa. Only last ball to go. We haven't seen a single yet in this particular over. This is brilliant stuff from Fujairah. That shows the experience they have. And another one. This time it's a quick single and a misfield ensures that this single is eventually easily taken. One run of the over. Rohan is not happy with the fielder. He's still talking to his slip fielder who dropped the catch there. And that concludes another over. It's 49 for the loss of 2 after 10.
Nicely worked away towards fine leg. And Rao has been given an extended spell by Mohammad Usman into his 6th over. I think maybe a 4-over spell would have worked a little better. Or he's still looking for that extra 1 wicket from Rao.
Well, I think Rao has bowled well. And he has looked like picking up a wicket. And 1 wicket here would change things around for the Fujairah team. With that single, it's 50 up on board after 10.1 overs. They were 41 in 6 overs, mind you. Heather on strike. Rao to bowl this next one. Outside the off stump, slower ball. Beating him all ends up. No feet movement coming in from Heather. Not a very good looking shot. He was not into the shot. Just a little confused what to do. Where to play it. So good disguise, slower delivery coming in from Sabir Rao. Get geared up for a short ball, banged in shot, sharp. I won't be surprised if that happens on this delivery itself.
Well, so far, Syed Haider is looking a little edgy. He's not established at the crease, feeling for the ball. There you go. Faizan calls it in the com box. He's spot on. Back of a length into the body.
That's the 1-2 gameplay, you know? Thinking the bowler is going to bring one in once again because he was beaten on that last delivery, full of length, and then keeping him onto the back foot. I won't be surprised if he tries to bowl that full ball again, maybe into the stumps this time around, because the batter might just think that he's going to bowl another one shot. Let's see what happens on this one. Outside the off stump, length delivery. Oh, that's a harsh call coming in from the umpire there. I think it was a pretty good ball, but the umpire's call is the last call, and he is looking at things much closer than we are. Sabir inquiring the umpire, why was it given a wide here? Those things are bound to happen, and that is what makes the game more interesting to watch as well. Single added to the total. In comes Sabir once again. Beautiful ball. Length delivery outside the off stump. Not a great way to play it, because had it come in just a little bit, it would have been trouble for the batter there, Heather. Not a great idea to play those good length balls onto the back foot, but this is a kind of wicket where you can afford to do that because it's not skidding on. It's coming easily onto the bat, and not so much pace from Sabir Rao as well. He bowls at decent pace, 125 kph, somewhere around that. Full toss. Oh, missed out on that, Heather. That was a juicy full toss, just outside off stump. He could have hit it anywhere. Possibly taken by surprise there, Heather Vasisha. A single there, though, to add to the total. Another decent over coming in from Sabir Rao. Minus that wide. He's given away just 2 off the bat. Given away 30 in his 5.5 overs. Would want to finish well. Things have slowed down considerably in the last 4-5 overs here for the Dubai side.
Yeah, lost it maybe in the background. Didn't quite pick it. That was there to be hit. Rao gets away with that one. Again, drifting onto the pass. Nicely worked by Keswani. That only will be a single. Good work there. Zuhaib Zubair, he's quick across the turf. That concludes the over. 11 overs gone. It's 53 for 2, Dubai. Firazuddin coming into the attack for the first time, replacing Ron Mustafa. I thought he was doing really well. Different tactics from Mohammad Usman. Rotating Ron Mustafa with Firazuddin is a useful right arm off spinner, youngster.
And a very big thing that Asghar said in the comm box when he was coming into bowl. We'll talk about that right after this. Nicely bowled, looped up in the air. Slight turn as well off the turf. Seems like a good bowler. Good arm action as well. Bowls it with a high arm action. So my co-commentator Asghar said he's going to be a future Rohan Mustafa, which says a lot about this guy. Because he opens the batting for his side. Rohan used to do that for quite a long while. And in fact did that after a long time in ILT20. He also opened the bowling for his side a long time, Rohan Mustafa. So in that regard, Firazuddin might just be the future Rohan Mustafa. Bowled, tossed up, above the eye level. A good idea as a variation to bowl those. Fielded well as well. Good delivery. Good start to the over here from Faraz.
Useful cricketer. He bowls well. He can bat. He can field. So he's a complete package. And he's only young. He's going to get better with time. Big shoes to fill, mind you. Ron Mustafa is one of the legends of the game for a long time in UAE cricket. And he has inspired many. And I'm sure under his wings, playing alongside Ron Mustafa, he's going to get better. A very good over from the youngster. Only 2 of it is 55 for 2, Dubai, after 12. And it's spin from the other end as well. Mujahid Amin, the wily old left-arm spinner, coming into the attack from the pavilion end. Syed Haider works him towards long off. This is that sort of phase of the game where a lot of rebuilding needs to be done by these two to really set up a big total.
Yeah, looks like a very old school cricketer, Mujahid Amin. The old school left arm orthodox spin bowlers used to bowl the same way. Short step onto the crease. This has been flicked away, not from the middle of the bat, but runs nonetheless towards fine leg for another single. Undoubtedly, I think if we count left arm spinners in this tournament, it must be a Guinness Book of World Record. I have never seen more left arm spinners play in any tournament in the world. Nicely bowled, grips off the surface, sent back by Neelansh. Would have been a suicidal run here. Good bowling this from Mujahid Amin. Just back of the length, bouncing a little bit, turning, getting pitches from the wicket as well.
Yeah, Mujahid Amin is someone who mixes his pace a lot, especially ball on the slower side compared to most left-arm spinners. And talking about the most left-arm spinners played in this tournament, well, this is huge. You're absolutely spot on there. Plenty of left-arm spinners on show here in UAE D50 tournament, and Mujahid Amin is one of those who's been around for a very long time.
Another good delivery outside the off stump, turning, kicking off. Another dot ball. Good start to the over. Just 2 from the first 2 balls. They're looking to rebuild here, Dubai. And again, nicely bowled, nicely played as well. Rocking onto the back foot, reading the length very quickly. And some very good bounce off the surface. This is where that grass patch comes into play. That concludes the over, I believe. It's just 3 runs of the over. 13 overs gone. Dubai, 58 for 2, struggling just a little bit.
Firazuddin will continue once again. Very good over. His first over went for only 2. He's been brought on quite early today. Followed Ron Mustafa from that end. Ron bowled really well. Picked up that all-important wicket of Ronak Panoli. At one stage, they were going well. The openers, that breakthrough from Rao from one end, then trap was set to dismiss Ronak Panoli.
Changes in the field. The umpire stops play for a while. He's displeased about something. And I think it's Rohan Mustafa walking beyond the boundary ropes. He's coming into field now. In fact, coming off the boundary ropes, inside the circle on the backward point region, or the square leg region rather. Yeah, there you go. Jersey number 88, Rohan Mustafa, lots of experience to his name. Goes towards mid-wicket now. Square leg goes back on the boundary. In comes Firazuddin. Nicely bowled onto the pads. An inquiry coming in from Firazuddin, but the umpire says no. Too full to cut. It's not a great shot from Syed Haider Wasisha. He was looking very different in the last game. He played some brilliant shots. But today he's looking just a little bit bogged down. Nicely bowled again. This one was quicker through the air. On the back foot again. Not a great idea. This was just a length ball. You need to get onto the front foot. Try to drive the ball like that. But it's in the air. In the gap as well. For a moment he would have had his heart in his mouth, because it was pretty close to that extra cover fielder as well. Only a single, a risky shot for just a run.
Yeah, he's looking a little tentative. 7 of 22, not being able to rotate strike. I think a couple of shots he's got in his armory that he's a good sweeper of the ball against spinners. So far he hasn't employed that shot. Maybe he's not willing to take that slight bit of risk. Meanwhile, another terrific over from Firazuddin comes to an end. 59 for 2 after 14.
Haider Wasisha, 7 of 22, is going to face Mujahid Amin once again, outside the off stump once again. Just a push, trying to go for that quick single. Not there. He's been bogged down by the bowlers today. One of those batters who likes a free-flowing innings to his name. Hasn't been able to get out of his shell today. Very tentative onto the front foot. Look at that again, going onto the back foot. Some purchase from the wicket again for Mujahid Amin. He's the only bowler till now from Fujairah who's done that, getting purchase out of the wicket, because he's bowling in the right channels, giving it air as well. Dot balls to start the over with.
Yeah, it's bobbed down the interesting field positions as well. Mohammad Usman at that short cover. Asif Khan is quite straight at cover, and Ron Mustafa you can see very wide at long off, especially for that area to cover, because Wasi likes to go inside out. So they're having the mid-off really wide. This is great tactics.
And well noticed as well. It's like there's a mid-off and a long-off both. This one has been cut away, nicely played. Getting on top of the ball, using his wrist to keep it down. But only a single once again. Another great over coming in from Mujahid Amin. He's given away just 4 in his 1.5. Only a single from this particular over. 60 for 2. 14.5 gone. They're going at almost just 4 runs in over. Not a great start for Dubai. The way they started things, I thought this was going to be a high-scoring game. And that is what the captain Aditya Shetty said as well. They were looking at 325 odd. This has been swept up in the air. Not timed to perfection. Straight to hand. Zawar Farid makes no mistake. And another wicket goes down. This is trouble times for Dubai. Mujahid Amin into the wickets now. Nilansh Keswani, 10 of 26. Walks back to the pavilion. No balance in the shot. A half-hearted shot, if you will. Easy taking for Zawar Farid. Brilliant stuff from Fujairah. What a game these players are having from the Fujairah side.
Once again, experience showing here and inexperience from Nilansh. He was bobbed down, but he felt the pressure because the runs were not coming even from the other end. Syed Haider got bobbed down. That's what happens. When you're not able to rotate strike, you try to play one expensive shot, and unfortunately for Keswani, he holds out in the deep. They're in big trouble now. 60 for 3 after 15.
Farazuddin to continue as the third wicket has gone down. The top three walking back to the pavilion for the Dubai side. Under pressure. Nicely bowled by Faraz. Flicked away by Syed Haider Wasi Shah, who's been kept very quiet at this end. Very good tactics by Fujairah against Haider Wasi Shah. Quick single, pressure, and a direct throw might have had him. But the new batter, Fahad Nawaz, is going to take strike now for the very first time in this game. And eventually, somehow, Syed Haider Wasi Shah could take a single. Played with soft hands. He was always going for a single, and a direct hit might have been close. But I think he was home comfortably eventually. A weak throw ensures that there was no danger for Fahad Nawaz.
Well, Fahad Nawaz, without facing a ball, that was, his heart must be in his mouth. He gets away with it. Fahad Nawaz is a fine young player, but he needs runs to really knock on the doors of UE once again. He's got the age on his side. He needs runs. He's also someone likes to go inside out through the offside.
Dangerous shot first up. Opening his stumps completely. Rocking onto the back foot, playing it with a vertical bat. Nicely played. Into the stumps. Not completely in control, but still a single there. Another good over coming in from Farazuddin. He's given away just 5 in his 2.5. It's the spinners who have applied the brakes here for Fujairah. Minus that over from Umair Ali Khan. Nobody has been taken for a lot of runs. And that concludes another very good over from Fujairah. They are on top right now. 16 overs gone, 62 for 3. Look at the bowling card. 5 bowlers used. Sabir Rao, 6 overs, 31 runs, 1 wicket. Bowled decently well. Umair Ali Khan, very expensive in his first over. 3 fours from Ronak Panoli, 12 of it. And then the 3 spinners. Rohan Mustafa, 4 overs, 10 runs, picking up a wicket, going at only 2.5 apiece. Farazuddin, 3 overs, 5 runs, going at 1.6 apiece. And Mujahid Amin has picked up a wicket as well, costing just 2 apiece. 2 overs, 4 runs, and a wicket to his name. Brilliant spin bowling from Fujairah. Some experience from them. Right from the word go, when the faster bowlers were taken for runs, Rohan Mustafa came in to bowl the 4th over of the innings. Since then, it's been spiraling down for the Dubai side. Good first ball from Mujahid Amin to start the over. Played with soft hands, not convincing from Fahad Nawaz. This is why you need experience on your side, Asghar.
Absolutely, and you need a combination of experience and youth. Good use of the feet. That's good intent. And also very good captaincy once again. He's keeping a slip in as well. Bearing in mind that Mujahid has the ability to turn one past the outside edge. So they are on the move. They are recognizing the moment. 3 down.
And I think the intent was always going down the ground, all along the carpet from Fahad Nawaz. But he just got a little too close to the ball there. And again cut away. It was not a short ball by any means. Just back of the length. Bouncing from the wicket as well. Getting on top of it, nicely played. But there's a fielder there for that shot. Again, well bowled. Very well bowled from the wily Mujahid Amin. The experienced Mujahid Amin. And again, Haider Wasi Shah has tried everything in his armory. Looking for those singles. All he has done is hit the balls directly to the fielders there. So good field positioning for Mohammad Usman and company for Fujairah.
Terrific plans. Rohan Mustafa, I'm sure he's got a lot of input as well. He goes inside out. That's the strength of Wasi Shah. Finally gets one in the slot and he goes couple of bounces. A welcome boundary to break the shackles for Wasi Shah.
Yeah, good shot from Syed Haider Wasi Shah. Eventually taking control of the things. This was tossed up. This was there to be hit just outside the off stump. Got some room to free his arms. Free he did. Nicely played. Always looking to go up and over. And just a single bounce and goes into the fence for 4. Good shot from Syed Haider rather. But I think Fujairah still did the right thing, tossing the ball up to Fahad. Again, rather Haider. Farazuddin to continue. Fahad is going to be on strike now. Apparently he's my favorite player. I'm calling everyone else Fahad as well.
Well, he's a fine young player. Very good lad as well. Enjoys his cricket. Ball's useful. Part-time left-arm spin as well. Farazuddin. He looked really good. Once again, tidy. One thing for sure with Fahad Nawaz is that intent. And if he sticks around, I'm sure the scoring rate will improve.
And his footwork has been good as well. Look at that for footwork. Rocking onto the back foot. Nicely played. But a bounce in front of the fielder. Again, would have had his heart in his mouth for a moment. This was nicely played, but there are fielders there. You need to find the gaps as well.
It was there to be hit. He hit it nicely, but unfortunately doesn't find the gap. Razuddin. Again, nicely driven this time through the offside. The man is there. Going to be a couple of runs. 4 and now a couple for Vasi. That will ease his nerves. He wants to build some momentum. He's a fine player of spin, but today is being tied down some with excellent plans, the field placing, but he needs to break shackle and consistently work the ball into the gaps.
Another good ball. Not a great idea to dive on that hard surface. The pitch area. It can graze your knee badly. Young blood. You might have had those days as well in the field, Asghar.
Yeah, exuberance of youth and nicely pulled. Umar Ali Khan will cut that one off. At this age, when you're around 20, 22, doesn't seem to think that much about your body. You're willing to put your body on the line, and that will be drinks. 18 overs gone, 72 for 3.
Mujahid Amin continues after the drinks break. Fahad Nawaz on strike. Nicely played by him. Very good footwork from Fahad Nawaz in this short knock till now. All the 9 balls that he's played, he's looking very confident onto his feet. Oh, nicely bowled. Slower through the air. This one kept a little bit low as well. Fahad was looking to go for a drive at first. Changed his shot just at the last moment. Well done, Mujahid Amin. Keeping the batter guessing and getting some punches out of the wicket as well. Good bowling. Very good spin bowling from Fujairah. 2 balls into the 19th over. Haven't seen a single yet. This time looking to go for the sweep. Getting beaten under edge. Beating the keeper as well. Gets a single that he was looking for. Fahad Nawaz. And that gets Syed Haider Washi Shah on strike once again. Bogged down today. But good couple of shots in the last 2 overs from him. A 4 and a 2. And then a 2 to end the over. The last one. Another defensive push. Trying to go for the single once again straight to the fielder. 38 balls for his 17. Hard work for Syed Haider Washi Shah here. Tossed up. Defended again. Rohan at extra cover will come into play. Another great over coming in from the wily Fox, Mujahid Amin. Drive, booming drive. There's a fielder there though, and these are the kind of field placings that are required to stop someone like a Syed Haider Washi Shah. Good over once again. It's 19 overs gone, 74 for 3. For us to continue. Haider is going to be on strike once again. This is driven back to the bowler. Hurt him just a little bit. I think got it on the thumb on that left hand. Strong lad. Short build but strong. Farazuddin. Nicely bowled. Looping it. Getting some butchers from the wicket again. Seems like a very good bowler, Farazuddin. Although he's more of a batter, I can tell you that. Nicely bowled again, tossing it up. Getting Haider to drive it back to him. No runs on the first 3 deliveries. Good start to the over. Bowled into the stumps, making some room. Trying to hit it toward the backward point region. Not getting enough room to do that. Playing it straight towards extra cover. 4 dots. Pressure building on the batter here. Inside out. Sliced off the bat. Sweeper cover comes in. Fields the ball. Only a single. Not a very good shot from Haider Washi Shah. Wanted to go straighter. Making some room, goes inside out, goes big. Very nicely played. Good finish to the over here from Fahad Nawaz. Another boundary to his name. It's 79 for 3 after 20. Look at the batting guard. Ronak Panoli started beautifully. 21 of 21, hit a 6 as well. Aryan Lakla played really well for his 18 of 16. But this is a 50 over game. You need to carry on for a long time, which they weren't able to. Then Nilansh Keswani, the third wicket to go down. 10 of 26, bogged down at that time. Both Nilansh and Syed Haider Shah, runs were not coming, and he wanted to go for the big hit. All he did was find a fielder. There's a partnership developing between Haider Wasi Shah and Fahad Nawaz, and what a delivery to start the over with from Mujahid Amin. Beautiful from around the wicket. Coming in with the arm, leaving the batter just at the last moment. There's a slip in place now, right after that delivery, and I think it's a good ploy. A very good ploy from Fujairah. Experience showing for Mujahid Amin and captain Mohammad Usman. This has been played towards sweeper cover. Zawar Farid in place. Only a single this time around. That'll bring Haider, or rather Fahad, on strike once again. Haider on 20 of 47. This is not the kind of knock that he usually plays. Likes to go about things. Tossed up. Oh, beautifully bowled. Slower through the air, into the shot too early. Fahad Nawaz, he knows it. Checking the shot just at the last moment. Single on the card, single it is. And again, bowling in good areas. Length, back of the length, some frustration now showing for Syed Haider Wasi Shah. Driven towards extra cover. There's a fielder on the boundary there. Zawar Farid does well. Only a single again. Good bit of fielding from Fujairah. They've dropped one catch. We couldn't take a look at the replay, but I definitely thought that was a drop chance. Driven down the ground. Has he got? Yes, he has got the fielder. All he did was find the fielder. It was beautifully tossed up. He was into the shot too early. Trying to break the shackles here. All he could do was find the fielder. Easy takings for the fielder at long off. And another wicket goes down. Dubai in a lot of trouble here. 4 wickets down with 82 on the board in 21 overs as Mujahid Amin picks up his second. New batter Safir is going to be off strike. On strike is Haider Wasi Shah once again. He will have to keep going. 21 hard-earned runs of 49 deliveries. Still a long way to go in the innings. 29 more overs remaining. Outside the off-stump, cut away on a fullish length delivery. At least a 2 there. Well played. Not trying to hit it too hard. Couple of runs added to the total here. It's 84 for 4 after 21.1. Farazuddin continues, has bowled well, going at about 3 runs and over. Nicely tossed up. I think for a moment Haider wanted to go for the big shot. Checking his shot just at the last moment. I like the fact that Faraz has used this as a variation. Bowling a couple of deliveries up above the eye level. Very difficult for a batter to spot. Talk to any batter in the world and they'll tell you this is one of the most difficult deliveries that they have to face off a spinner. Leg spinners do that more often than not compared to off-spin bowlers. Nicely bowled, looping it in the air once again. Brilliant work from all Fujairah spinners. Farazuddin has been no exception to that. Safir on strike. Driven, wanted to go on the offside, got the inside half of the bat. Osman, the captain of the side, will field the ball. It's only a single this time around. 4 runs off the first 4 deliveries of this over. If they can get a 4 here, that will put some pressure on Fujairah. Nicely bowled once again, tossing it up, waiting on the back foot, playing it towards mid-wicket. Heather. And another dot ball to his name. Oh, wrapped him on the pads. And I think it was just missing the leg stump there. Unlucky, the bowler. Into the shot too early. Heather Wasisha. Luckily for him, he was outside the line of leg stump when he struck him. Good decision from the umpire as well. A leg bye to end the over. It's 22 overs gone, 87 for 4. Breaking the shackles once again, Syed Haider Washi Shah on the first ball from Mujahid Amin. A much required boundary. This was pulled away, reading the length too early. A rare, longer hop coming in from the experienced Mujahid Amin. 1 bounce into the mid-wicket fence for 4. They need a lot more of those. And a single, no, not taken. So back to his ways, Mujahid Amin after that rare short ball. Bowling it full up to the batter or on length. Look at that. Down on one knee, going for the big hit. And another beautiful shot towards the same region. 1 bounce into the 4. Not timed to perfection, mind you. But still good enough to go for a boundary here. This is good stuff from Syed Haider Wasi Shah. Counter attack coming in from him. He's on 32 now. Easily the highest scorer in this game for Dubai already. 95 for 4 into the 23rd over. The captain Aditya Shetty at the toss said they were looking at somewhere around 320, 325. It must be very difficult to get to it now. And another big shot. And the result is going to be the same. 3-4s in this over from Syed Haider Wasi Shah. He's turning it on for his side here. Tossed up, way outside the off stump. Going for that extra cover drive with a horizontal bat. Slapped through the offside. You've got the runs here. Take a single, rotate, strike. That is what he does on this next ball. Good cricket, very good cricket from the young Syed Haider Wasi Shah. And that's 100 up for Dubai into the 23rd over. This is the kind of over they were looking for. They've got it now. 13 of it already in the first 5 deliveries. Last ball still to go. Safir is going to be on strike. He's on 1 of 2. He needs to partner Haider Wasi Shah for as long as he can. They need a huge partnership here to get things going for them. Good ball. Minimal feet movement. Plays it back to the bowler. That ends the over. 23 gone. It's 100 for 4. Farazuddin continues into his 7th over. First ball dot for him. Heather on strike once again. Short ball, pulled away, not time to perfection. No, just up and over the infield. His heart would have been in his mouth. And I think it was a mistimed jump from the fielder as well. At mid-wicket. Farazuddin unlucky. He's looked like picking up a wicket every now and then. Got one on the pads of the batter in the last over. But given not out. Hit him outside the line of leg stump that time around. And this time just over the mid-wicket fielder. A very straight mid-wicket fielder, mind you. Safir on strike. Another defensive push back to the bowler. Just one run from the first 4 deliveries of this over. Push and a run through the offside. Good work from both these batters. Called really early and the non-striker responded. 2 runs from the over. Another good one from Farazuddin. It's unfortunate that he hasn't picked up a wicket here. He's bowled really well. This is down the leg side. This is a poor ball. Commentator's curse, if you will. This has gone to the boundary for another 4. So Syed Haider Wasi Shah has changed gears. And he's turning on the heat. 6 runs off the over. Very good pickup shot down the leg side. No fine leg. Ensuring it was an easy boundary for Haider Wasi Shah. His 4th in the last 2 overs. And that concludes the over. It's 106 for 4 after 24. Played down the ground towards long on by Safir. Just a single added to the total here. Zuhaib is the new bowler who's coming into bowl. Young leggy from Fujairah. Nicely bowled. Well played as well by Haider. He would fancy a leggy because he likes to go big on the offside. Plays inside out really well. One of the more difficult shots in cricket to play. There you go. Down the ground this time around. It's up in the air. Is it going? It has gone the distance. Syed Haider Wasi Shah turning it on for his side. Much required, mind you. And a warm welcome to Zuhaib to the crease. 3rd ball, 6. Boom. What a shot. Down on one knee. Always looking to go straight. and hitting the banners there. Good shot. Very good shot. And he's quickly reached 48 of 63. At one point, he was going at a strike rate of 30. Nicely bowled. Flatter through the air, turning it on. Waiting on the back foot. Playing it with soft hands. Nicely negotiated by Syed Haider Wasisha. Down the leg side this time around. Loud appeal from the keeper. Should be a wide. We'll have to wait for the umpire signal. Did it graze something on the way? I think it did. Maybe grazed his pad there. Keeper Zishan looks convinced that there was some bat involved. Not given by the umpire, and the umpire's word is the last word. So last ball of the over, good comeback after that 6. Some dip in the air for Zohaib. Nicely played eventually by Haider. He's on 49 with that single. That concludes over number 25. It's 114 for 4. Rohan Mustafa into the attack here. The man who got the breakthrough first up for Fujairah comes back into the attack. He's bowled really well. 4.1 overs, 10 runs. Picked up a wicket as well. A very good bowler. A very cunning bowler. Over the stumps this time around. He likes to bowl it from around the stumps early into his innings. Early into his spell rather. Played down the ground for a single. I think Usman has shown brilliant captaincy today for his side. Rotated his bowlers really, really well. Talking about captains. It's going to be a change in the com box. Our captain Rashid joins us here. Welcome back. You're looking dapper in a suit today.
Thank you, Faizan Khan. Not looking bad yourself. Wearing that black jacket and your black shades.
That's always the case, isn't it?
As always, as always. Wonderful to have you, man.
Just realized I was kind of missing this.
Meanwhile, that takes Syed Haider Wasisha to his 50. Excellent knock under pressure. 68 deliveries for that feat. And that'll give him a lot of confidence. And that will be something that Dubai will be looking, that he goes on to post a big total. They would need those 300 plus runs on this wicket. If dew does come in, then it'll become an easier chase. And looks like with a lot of breeze in the air, it looks like it'll probably not be as humid as it was last night. The conditions are probably on the better side. End of over number 26 with that dot ball. 2 runs coming with that. Rohan Mustafa over 116 for the loss of 4. Zohaib Zubair to continue. What a good delivery. Peach of a delivery to Safir Tariq there. Turning it away from the right-hander. Still wondering why they don't have a slip in place. If he can spin the ball. Once again, beating him. Excellent bowling. Are they bringing the slip in? No. Field stays the same. And a lot of pressure being exerted. Safir Tariq going against his natural game. That's another good delivery. A flipper coming in from Zohaib Zubair. Easily negotiated by Safir Tariq. But they're yet to take a run off his bowling. in this over. Oh, that's been played uppishly, just short of the fielder. Probably got the toe end of the bat. It was a chance, but always away from the fielder at long on. Safir Tariq now, he's trying to go for his natural game, which is to go against the bowlers. Likes to play big. He's a good timer of the ball. Meanwhile, Syed Haider Wasi Shah, good innings from him, 50 of 70 deliveries. Tries to go for that slog sweep, doesn't connect well. Will be a single. One more delivery to go in this over. This has been a good one so far from Zohaib Zubair, just giving away 2 runs. Safir Tariq 5 of 13, 118 for the loss of 4 wickets. Dubai, that's a short delivery. That's been played and played well in the gap. That'll run away towards the boundary. Excellent shot to finish the over. And a sloppy, poor delivery from Zohaib Zubair. 27 done, 122 for the loss of 4. Rohan Mustafa to continue from the far end. Starts off with a good delivery. He'll hustle through his overs very quickly. Doesn't allow the batters to think too much. Comes in once again as quickly as he did for the first delivery. Similar kind of ball. That's been defended by Syed Haider Wasi Shah. Back-to-back dot balls. This is some good bowling coming in from Rohan Mustafa. He's putting pressure on them. The batters don't realize that when he hustles through his overs so quickly, he's actually putting a lot of pressure on you, not allowing you to think. And then that rash shot comes out, and you end up losing your wicket before you even have thought about it. 4 deliveries, 4 dot balls. This is his 6th over. He's given away just 12 runs. Rohan Mustafa picked up a wicket. That first wicket that fell, Aryan Lakra falling into the trap of Rohan Mustafa and losing his wicket. And since then, I think Dubai have just lost their way. Excellent shot from Haider Wasi Shah to end the over. 4 runs off it. The last delivery, just a little wayward, turning a bit too much. And Haider Wasi Shah taking full advantage of that, getting down on one knee and hitting it in the gap for a boundary. 126 runs for the loss of 4 after 28 for Team Dubai. Right then, change in bowling. Umair Ali Khan coming in from the pavilion end. And I stand corrected. First wicket fell of Aryan Lakra, and that was picked up by Sabir Rao. And then Rohan Mustafa went on to take that wicket of the important wicket of Ronak Panoli, who was looking like he'll take the game away. Gave a blistering start to Team Dubai. And now Umair Ali Khan, after Rohan has picked up that wicket, he's been brought back into the attack. Went for quite a few runs in this first over, 12 of them. Quick single taken. Easily done at the end. Now these two need to stitch a partnership. Very important for Team Dubai that these two stay in the middle till at least the 40th over and make sure they keep rotating strike, keep picking up those boundaries like they've been doing in the last couple of overs, not letting those loose deliveries get away so easily. And in the process, keep getting to that total they were talking about at the toss. Aditya Shetty thinking anything over 325 would be what they would want to get. Looks like a fair distant dream at the moment. But with these two in the middle, and if they can continue to their full potential, I think that total would be quite achievable. Meanwhile, at the moment, Umar Ali Khan is bowling a good over. That's been cut, and it will go towards the cover sweeper. Will be a single. Just 2 runs coming off this over so far. Excellent deliveries. I've been talking about some good overs in the past couple of overs, and the last balls have been going for boundaries. But on this occasion, Umar Ali Khan does well. Dot ball 2 in the over. 29 done, 128 for the loss of 4. Rohan Mustafa to continue. Given away 16 runs in his 6 overs. Good spell coming from him. He's very experienced. He's been through these kind of situations a number of times. Has always been that impact player. Was given 100% in everything he does. Be it the field, be it with the ball, or be it with the bat. At the moment doing a good job picking up 1 wicket and giving away 17 in his 6.1. Watchfully defended by Safir Tariq, who's going against his natural game. We don't see him defend as many deliveries as he has today. For his 10 runs, he's played 17. And we'll just have to wait and watch when he presses the foot on the gas. Quick single taken. Easily done at the end. Very comfortable. That'll bring Syed Haider Wasi Shah back on strike. He's done well, 57 of 81. He's made sure he keeps one end intact of this innings, which was required after they lost those early wickets. Lost their way in the middle. Nilansh Keswani, Ronak Panoli, Aryan Lakra, Fahad Nawaz. That's a good shot. Excellent shot. That'll run away towards the boundary. Or will it? Some boot work, but that won't help. That's run away quite easily at the end. Add 4 runs to Haider Wasi Shah's total. Make that 134 for the loss of 4. And that will take Haider Wasi Shah to 61 of 83 deliveries. A good knock coming in from the youngster. He's very talented. Hasn't done justice to his talent in this tournament so far. Was down the leg side. Not a good delivery coming in from Rohan Mustafa. We rarely say that. But on that occasion, definitely a poor delivery. And that will go run down towards the boundary for 4 runs. The umpire has already signaled 4. So probably just wanting to make sure. Some discussion. Rohan Mustafa very politely asking the reason for that boundary. I wonder what the discussion is about. That's clearly a boundary. No questions about it. And I think everybody in the ground knows that. Right then, that's a boundary. One more delivery. Mind games. Ron Mustafa doesn't look very amused. Short delivery, that's been pulled in the gap, but straight to the fielder. Umair Ali Khan does well. Single to end the over. 135 for the loss of 4. Team Dubai. Umar Ali Khan to continue from the pavilion end. Holds it down the ground. Rather plays it down the ground for a single towards long off. Asif Khan. He'll have a part to play tonight with the bat. Don't see him bowl too often. Meanwhile, good little partnership coming in from these two. Making sure they keep those wickets intact for the fag end of the innings. Couple of dot balls. Umair Ali Khan into his third over. Hasn't picked up a wicket yet. Normally is amongst the wickets. And that celebration comes out. On this occasion has been rather very sedate. Hasn't bowled those faster deliveries. Has relied on his cutters, which has worked for him so far. That's been cut and straight to the field and no chance of a run. Very vigilant partnership coming in from these two. Very watchful once again. Defends it right under his eyes to end the over. 31 overs done. And a good over coming in from Umair Ali Khan. 136 for the loss of 4, Team Dubai. That's the point table then. Ajman ruling the roost with 6 points at number 1. Sharjah closely behind alongside Fujairah and Dubai. Equal points, but the difference being the net run rate between the three sides. So this is a very important game in the context of the tournament for both these teams. Whoever wins this game will probably just get into that number 2 position. Or can even better that if Ajman at the other ground loses that game to Emirates Blues. So 2 very important games for 3 important teams. Emirates Blues just playing for pride at the moment, I think. They'll bow out quite gracefully. Farazuddin comes back into the attack. Short delivery that's been pulled, but straight to the fielder. Excellent bit of fielding there. Gathering it in one motion and just wanted to have a shy at the stumps, but the batsman was well in. Not required. For wickets, it is quite slow today, I think. Even drier than what we've seen in the previous days. And the ball is turning square. So it'll be interesting. If Dew doesn't come in, I think this will be a very interesting chase. That's been cut straight to cover sweeper. Will be a single. Sabir Rao. He'll clean it up. Dubai going in with a very strong spin attack, taking that risk of losing the toss, having to bowl second in under due. But if due doesn't come in, which is quite expected, the conditions here, the weather forecast says that there is very less chances of dew tonight. Not very humid as it was last night. Meanwhile, that's been struck and struck well. One bounce into the fence. Safir Tariq getting into the at. Hitting Farazuddin through mid-wicket for a good boundary. That was tossed up to Safir Tariq, who likes to play on the onside. He's a very good timer of the ball. Just falling short of the boundary. 4 runs. Good over for Dubai after a while. Welcome boundary coming in for them. So if dew doesn't come in, I think, and Dubai can get to somewhere around 280 runs, I think this will be a very interesting chase. They've got a lot of left arm spinners. They've got Aditya Shetty, their captain, the leg spinner. Yeah, they've got the ability to pick up all the wickets, and he's the leading wicket taker of the tournament as well. Aditya Shetty has picked up 10 wickets. And I can't remember who it is at number 2, but he's at 6 wickets. Yes, Zuhaib Gujar. Thank you very much, Ahmed Khwaja. Dot ball to end the over. 32 done, 142 for the loss of 4. Umair Ali Khan starts off his 4th over. Dot ball. (15 runs in his 3.1). Outside edge. Or was it deliberately played by Safir Tariq? We'll have to see the replay, but that's run away towards the boundary. Excellent shot if it was played deliberately. Otherwise, tough luck to the bowler. Meanwhile, Team Dubai won't mind that. They've earned 4 runs, and that'll take them to 150 runs in the 33rd over for the loss of 4 wickets. Let's have a look once again. Yeah, that's just opened the face of the blade. Good shot coming in from the experienced, talented Safir Tariq. That's a good delivery. And wanted to go for that single. Wisely denied by Haider Wasisha. Could have been curtains for his innings. Meanwhile, Umair Ali Khan yet to pick up a wicket. He'd want to change that, and very soon. That's been played up visually. And in the gap. Back-to-back boundaries. Or rather, there was a dot ball in the middle. But 2 boundaries in the over. 8 runs coming off this over. A very good one for Team Dubai. And now looks like Safir Tariq has had enough. He'd want to go and play his shots. Look at that timing on that. That ball hurried onto him. But he still had enough timing on it to place in the gap and run it away for a boundary. Good comeback delivery from Umair Ali Khan. Will be a dot ball. Safir Tariq, 24 of 31. Syed Haider Wasisha, 64 of 89. At the moment, the team's mantle is in their hand. Wanted to go for that quick single. Once again, Haider Wasisha denying that, and rightly so. Would have been suicidal. End of over number 33 with that dot ball. 150 on the board for the loss of 4 wickets. A good shot coming in from Haider Shah. The timing not all that superb. Good work done in the field as well by Zoeb Zubair. And they'll pick up 2 runs to start the 34th over. Farazuddin into his 9th over. Hasn't picked up a wicket, but 33 runs off his 8 overs. Not a bad spell. Goes for the slog. Connects well, and that'll run away towards the boundary, bisecting those 2 fielders, mid-wicket and long on. 4 more runs, so the runs have started coming in for Team Dubai. 6 of the first 2 deliveries. That was a good shot from Haider Shah. They just need to be careful. They can't afford to lose a wicket here. And if Fujairah can pick up a wicket here, that'll certainly test that fragile middle order Team Dubai has. Lower middle order rather. That's a good delivery. Putting his shoulder into it, Farazuddin on that occasion. The ball did stay a tad bit low, I think. That was a short delivery. Haider Shah missing out. I think he'll not be too happy with himself on that occasion. That was a loose delivery. Should have been dispatched. If not, should have been. Oh, excellent shot. Superb shot. He's made up for it. Right on the very next delivery. Slightly pitched up from Farazuddin. And he's played it through the covers, his favourite zone, and earned himself another boundary. 10 runs of this over. This is proving to be a very good over for Team Dubai. Let's have a look once again. Oh, yeah. Invitation accepted quite gleefully by Syed Haider Shah. 1 more delivery to go in this over. Probably is going to be the drinks break after this, so he'll have to be careful. Plays it straight back to the fielder. No chance of a run. And over number 34 done, 160 for the loss of 4. The most successful bowler for Team Fujairah has been brought back into the attack. He's bowled 6 overs. Just seemed to quite surprised why he was taken off the attack after picking up 2 wickets, giving away just 27 runs in his 6.6 overs. In the first 6 overs he's bowled. He was looking very threatening, Mujahid Amin. And he's that kind of a bowler who's got that ability to bring in that variation with his pace. And very subtle. The batters normally don't pick him up. And he's got that ability to turn the ball away from the right-handers as well, which works in his favor. Likes to toss the ball in the air. There you go. That's one of the prime examples of how he bowls. Gives it a lot of air and then deceives the batter in that dip and the turn. And sometimes fires it in with the same kind of trajectory. And well, on that occasion, I think Safir Tariq has picked him up well. And that'll go all the way for a maximum. Good shot. Gets down on one knee. And hits him through the cow corner. Slightly pitched up delivery from Mujahid Amin on that occasion. Let's have a look once again. Oh yeah, there you go. It was a half volley, and all Safir Tariq had to do was hit it through the cow corner. He's been there for quite a while, 35 deliveries, so he's ironed them well. And as soon as it's in his zone, he'll just go for his shot. That's what I like about him. He plays his natural game. Doesn't change according to situation. normally batters, when they change according to start doing things against their nature, they end up losing their wicket. Plays it late, but straight to the fielder. Will be the end of the over. Good one. 4 team Dubai, 6 coming off it. End of over number 35, 166 for the loss of 4. Oh, very lucky there, Rohan Mustafa. Comes back into the attack from the far end, replacing Farazuddin. Bowls a delivery down the leg side, and Heather Vasisha just unable to connect quite cleanly. Will be a dot ball. Unable to field on that occasion. Rohan Mustafa off his old bowling, and they'll cross through for a single. Single to Safir Tariq. That was clipped off his pads. Easily done at the end. Well, they can afford to do that now. They've got quite a bit of runs in the previous overs. Just settle down against somebody like Rohan Mustafa, who hustles through his overs. Sweep coming in from Heather Vasisha. He'll need to be very careful. They can't afford to lose their wicket at the moment. And Heather Vasisha, well, I would be surprised if he doesn't get to the 3 figures. Wow, that's been played well. Short delivery from Rohan Mustafa. Didn't bounce as much as Safir Tariq was expecting to, but he's had a good look at this wicket and plays it very late. Negotiates with that low bounce and hits it in the gap for a boundary. Excellent shot. Safir Tariq is on the charge and on the move. Good signs for Team Dubai. 173 for that, with that boundary for the loss of 4 wickets. One more delivery to go in this over. And very watchfully played. Smart, sensibly. End of over number 36. 173 for 4. Mujahid Amin starts off with a single. Feeding strike to Safir Tariq now. Syed Haider Vasisha. I think a surprising move, but a right move, in my opinion. Although Syed Haider is the senior partner, but it's been Safir Tariq who's gone for those shots. Gets a thick edge. You feel for the bowler sometime. They'll pick up a couple of runs. Wasn't very convincing there. Now looks like they've defined roles. Safir Tariq is going to go after the bowlers, and Haider Vasisha is going to play the anchor role. Aditya Shetty did mention that they would want to get to anything over 325 in their 50 overs, considering the due factor. So it's probably one of the reasons why the Team Dubai is looking to step on the pedal, especially Safir Tariq. Anything in that zone, and he's just going to go for it. But I feel if they can get anything over 280, and then Dew doesn't come in, get those Oh, chance and dropped. That was a very good delivery from Mujahid. I mean, that was the kind of ball that gets you wickets. It was there to be hit, and he gets that extra bit of bounce. Safir Tariq not able to control it, plays it in the air, and Zohaib Zubair makes a mess of it. And, well, not much damage done. And Zawar Farid takes that catch quite easily. Safir Tariq, he'll not be impressed. That should have been dispatched for a maximum, probably playing it in two minds. He was just dropped off the previous delivery. And Zohaib Zubair will be a very relieved man. Another one bites the dust for Team Dubai. This partnership was looking very threatening. It has been broken by Mujahid Amin. Third wicket for him. And Safir Tariq makes his way back. 176 for the loss of 5, Team Dubai. Taimur Ali, the new man, very talented. He'll face the last delivery of a successful over from Mujahid Amin, picks up a wicket. Third one for him after 8 overs, 36 runs he's given. 5 wickets down, 176 on the board after 37. Rohan Mustafa into bowl his 9th over, starts off with a couple of dot balls. Pitched up delivery that's been played down towards a long off and will be a single. Bowls it down the leg side. And Taimur Ali will get off the mark. Single. Not a good delivery from Rohan Mustafa. And if he bowls that kind of a delivery to somebody like Haider Wasi Shah, he'll probably deposit that for a boundary. Meanwhile, last delivery played well straight to the fielder. End of over number 9 for Rohan Mustafa. 32 of 1. 4-1 rather in his 9 and 178 for the loss of 5. 12 overs to go for Team Dubai. Mujahid Amin to continue. Rightly so, he's been the chief destructor in this innings for Team Fujairah. He's picked up 3 wickets. Given away just 37 runs in his 8.1. Haider Wasisha, 78 of 103. He'll have to carry his bat now. Can't get complacent here. Half the side is back in the hut. So it's this added bit of responsibility on his young shoulders. And he's doing well, I think. He's making sure he picks those singles. Doesn't let the loose delivery go off so easily. And making sure he stitches a partnership with every passing batter. Taimur Ali. Very new to the crease. Just 5 deliveries for his 2 runs. They've got enough time to settle down, assess conditions, and then go after the bowling in the last probably 4 or 5 overs. Meanwhile, excellent delivery. Peach of a delivery, that one from Mujahid Amin. And this is the kind of ability Mujahid Amin possesses. And straight away we see a slip. I would have seen that probably 5 overs ago. Just 2 runs off this over so far. Slightly short, and that's been cut behind towards the cover sweeper. Wanted to go for that second, just changing their mind at the last second. Could have probably gone for that second run. It was Asif Khan on the cover boundary. Could have put some pressure on him. One more delivery to go then. 3 runs off this over so far. Oh, it's been played uppishly. And in the gap. Or has it been taken? Oh, it's taken. Syed Haider Wasisha, loss of concentration. And Umair Ali Khan has done well. Not only with the catch, but with that celebration as well. The dance move comes out. And Mujahid Amin picks up his 4th wicket. That's Syed Haider Wasisha. He'll not be amused. It was there to be hit just a little away from his body. Feet not moving. An excellent catch taken by Umair Ali Khan. 6th wicket down, and now the warning signs are up for Team Dubai. 181 for the loss of 6. Into the 40th over, it's going to be Umair Ali Khan. We're back from the drinks break. Much deserved drinks break, especially for the Fujairah boys. Have done well, picked up 6 Dubai wickets at the moment. 181 on the board. 2 new men out there in the middle. Taimur Ali, 3 of 8. Aditya Shetty, the captain, just walked in. Hasn't faced a delivery as yet. Taimur playing very watchfully. Not pushing at the deliveries. I think that's one of the key points where every batter should take good notice of. Try to push the ball down the ground, pick up a single. Don't play dead batted. That'll add up to the pressure. And then you try and hit a shot out of frustration and get out. That has been the pattern for most of the domestic batters. Now, Umair Ali going through his overs quite quickly, hustling through. He's bowled 4 dot balls so far. Taimur Ali decides to defend those deliveries. I still feel there was at least two singles to be offered there. Had he played them down the ground, pushed at the deliveries. On the verge of pulling a maiden over, Umair Ali Khan. He gave away 12 runs in his first over, and after that, what a comeback this has been. Ends the over. It's a maiden for Umair. 40 done, 181 for the loss of 6. Excellent shot, that one from Aditya Shetty. Comes down the track and hits it towards long off to get off the mark. Very confident looking shot from the captain. Mujahid Amin, meanwhile, he's picked up 4 wickets. It's been brought back, rather made in to continue. And he'll finish off his quota of 10 overs. Can he get his 5th wicket? Has been superb with the ball so far, giving away 40 runs. Another dot ball. Taimur Ali is just taking his time at there. A word of advice from the skipper, probably telling him to take his time. There's no hurry. That's been played down the ground. Will be a single to Taimur Ali. 4 of 16 for him. Couple more deliveries to go. That was a full delivery. Dot ball. One more delivery to go, and it'll be Mujahid Amin to Aditya Shetty. He'd want to pick up this 5th wicket. Has been played well. Towards the covers, they'll pick up a single to end the over. End of over number 41, 184 for the loss of 6. Umair Ali Khan to continue. Will pick up a couple of runs that's been played towards the cover sweeper. Farazuddin talking more and running less. Gives away 2 runs. These are very important runs for Team Dubai. Down the leg side on that occasion. We'll just have to wait and watch the signal from the umpire. No signal means it's off the bat. Shetty will get another run. Umair Ali Khan once again. Has been drilled down the ground towards long on. Will be a single. Salman Khan, well, he'll have an important role to play today. Opens the innings alongside, he's done it with Rohan Mustafa, he's done it with Asif Khan. It'll be interesting to see who he opens with today. Another quick single taken. Now this is good from Team Dubai. They've realized the fact that they don't have too many overs left in this innings, so they will want to get as many runs as possible, especially through this rotation of strike. Don't let those dot balls build up. Keep making sure you get at least 6 runs and over. One more delivery to go in this 42nd over. After that, they'll have 8 overs, and at the moment 189 for the loss of 6. If they can get 6 and over in the last 8, that'll give them at least 50 runs, 48 of them, and that'll take it to around the 240, 250 mark. End of the over, 5 of 19 for Taimur Ali. He's taken a lot of time, a lot of dot balls in that innings. Aditya Shetty, meanwhile, 6 of 6 for him. 189 for the loss of 6, Team Dubai after 42. Last over of Rohan Mustafa's spell. Big appeal. Just trying to put pressure on Aditya Shetty on that occasion. Rohan Mustafa. He's a jolly character. Very moody. You never know what his mood is like. He'll be very angry 1 second and then will be laughing the right. Next second, this has been drilled down, comes down the track. Aditya Shetty getting to the pitch of the delivery and hitting it towards long off for a single. Another dot ball for Taimur Ali. 20 dot balls. That's criminal. You can't afford to take so many dot balls. Now he'll have to make sure that when he finishes this innings, he's at least at run a ball. Not with the way he's going at the moment. Good over coming in from Rohan Mustafa. Add one more dot ball to Taimur Ali's innings and that'll take it to 22. Just one run of this over. We're into the last 10. rather last 8. And Rohan Mustafa has managed to give away just 1 run in his 5 deliveries. That's played out of frustration from Taimur Ali. But will only be a single to end the over. He'll keep strike for the next. 7 more overs to go, 191 for the loss of 6. Goes for that big drive, doesn't connect well. Straight to the fielder. Umar Ali Khan will only rely on his cutters. Starts off with a slower delivery. Taimur Ali, 24 deliveries, 6 runs. That's not a very good effort from Taimur Ali. Has been cut. Will only be a single. Zohaib Zubair cleans it up. This is the kind of problem we're talking about that most of the batters in UAE have. They've either got that big shot or they defend with a dead bat. They don't have the ability to pick up those singles, which is a problem. And in this longer format, you need somebody who can pick up singles at will, and that's what makes you a good batter. You hit a boundary, take a single, get off strike, build that inning. And when a good bowler is bowling, respect him, take those singles off him, milk him for singles. Meanwhile, going down the leg side very clearly. Umar Ali Khan once again. Drop and run towards the offside. Aditya Shetty, 8 of 11. Taimur Ali, 7 of 25. Just 6 more overs to go after this. And even if they can get to 250, that'll give their bowlers something to play with. Taking the first one hard, but that's all it's going to be. Zohaib Zubair is very quick. Young legs. 3 runs coming of that over from Umar Ali Khan. Good one for Team Fujairah. Meanwhile, Dubai is struggling. 194 for the loss of 6 after 44. Sabirao back into the attack. Gave away 31 runs in his 6 overs. Picked up a wicket. Taking on the arm of Farazuddin, and they complete those 2 runs quite easily at the end. $195 for the loss of 6. Team Dubai, they're way behind what they wanted to achieve at the toss. Taimur Ali 9 of 27. Goes for the scoop, doesn't connect well, but they'll still manage to pick up a couple of runs. He doesn't have a fine leg in place. Meanwhile, Team Dubai inching closer to the 200-run mark. It's been played down the ground towards long off, will be a single. On a 98 for the loss of 6. Aditya Shetty 8 of 11. Taimur Ali 12 of 29. And Sabirao 35 in a 6.3, and he's picked up a wicket. Very important wicket of Aryan Lakra. He got a couple of back-to-back centuries in the last 2 games. Dismissed quite cheaply today by Sabir Rao. Opening the gates, and then Team Fujairah making sure they kept taking wickets at regular intervals, making sure they don't let the batters of Dubai settle down. Slower delivery, wanted to cut that, doesn't connect at all. It will be a dot ball. 5 runs of this over so far. 1 more delivery to go, and it's 199 on the board for Team Dubai for the loss of 6 wickets. Goes to the slash. That's in the gap. That'll run away towards the boundary. That's a good shot coming in from Taimur Ali. Welcome boundary for Team Dubai. And a great way to get to 200 runs. That was full and outside off stump. Width was offered. Taimur Ali hitting it through the line for an excellent boundary. 203 for the loss of 6 after 45. Team Dubai. Umar Ali Khan to continue. Has been played towards the cover sweeper. Umar Ali Khan into his 8th over. He's given away 32 runs in 7.1. And has made a very good comeback. He went for 12 runs in his first over, after which he's given away 20 runs in 6 overs. That does tell you that it's been a good comeback by Umair Ali Khan. That's been played in the gap. The ball's running away towards the boundary. Sabir Rao putting his foot in. We'll have to wait and watch if that went over the line. No, they're very content with that decision. Add 3 more runs to the total then. Bowled him. Excellent delivery from Umair Ali Khan, getting the better of Aditya Shetty. That was a very good delivery. Aditya Shetty wanting to go for that big drive, doesn't connect. 7th wicket down. Shetty back in the hut, 207 for the loss of 7 now, Team Dubai. Wanted to slog that. Aditya Shetty doesn't connect. You miss, I hit. And Umair Ali Khan picks up his first wicket. He's bowled 7.4 overs, given away 35 runs. And Team Dubai in a spot of bother. Nowhere close to what they were predicting during toss. And now they can get, if they can get to around 250 runs somehow, that'll probably give their bowlers something to work with. The score they have right now is looking pretty one-sided for a team like Team Fujairah. Very strong batting lineup. Salman Khan, Asif Lala, Rohan Mustafa, Umair Ali Khan. Some of the players in their lineup. Farazuddin. Seen him hit a big total, a big score as well. Oh, excellent delivery. Quick work behind the stumps by Zishan Abid, but I think Surya Satish had a foot in the crease, planted in the crease. Excellent over from Umair Ali Khan. Picked up a wicket, gave away 4 runs so far. Oh, bowled him. What a delivery. Superb delivery. Excellent. No answers from Surya Satish. That was the leg cutter coming in from Umair Ali Khan. Just turning enough to take that top of off stump. And another one goes down for Team Dubai. Look at that. Beautiful. Peach of a delivery. He had no answers to that. Surya Satish gone for a duck. 8th wicket down, 207 on the board. Great over from Umair Ali Khan comes to an end. 2 wickets and 4 runs in that. That's in play towards the cover sweeper. Will only be a single. And that'll bring Rahul Bhatia on strike. He loves to bat. Rahul Bhatia doesn't get A lot of chances, but he'll love this. He's got almost 4 overs to go. Rahul Bhatia plays it straight to the gully fielder in place for that kind of a shot. Couple of dot balls. Rahul Bhatia unable to get off strike. A good over coming in from Sabir Rao. He's into his 8th over. He's picked up a wicket. Gave away 41 runs so far. With 8 wickets down, Team Dubai would want to survive the rest of the overs. Defended back to the bowler. Very watchful there, Rahul Bhatia. Now one more delivery to go. 208 for the loss of 8. Very good toss to win for Team Fujairah, and now they made the most of that decision to bowl first. Almost getting all 10 wickets of Team Dubai. We're into the 47th over. 2 more deliveries to go. Oh, beautiful delivery. Just shaping it away from the left-hander. Rahul Bhatia just wanted to guide it towards deep third. Doesn't connect. Very lucky there. Could have easily taken that thin outside edge. Just 1 run coming off this over so far. 8 wickets down for Team Dubai. 208 on the board. Has been played uppishly, but in the gap, going towards the cover sweeper, and 2 more runs taken. 3 runs coming off this over. 47 done, 210 for the loss of 8. Team Dubai. Umair Ali Khan to continue, rightly so. Has been played straight to Usman at covers. Another wicket for Umair Ali Khan. He's picked up his 3rd. As a soft dismissal, Taimur Ali trying to go for that big shot. Doesn't connect. Straight to Usman. Takes it quite easily at the end. That was a slower delivery. No timing whatsoever. And celebration is out. Another one going down for Team Dubai. 9th wicket. 210 on the board. Yug Sharma, the young left-hand fast bowler, last man to come in for Team Dubai. He'll be up against Umair Ali Khan, who's bowled a brilliant spell. 3 wickets in the last sort of 9 deliveries for him. He's putting a lot of pressure on the batters. Bringing the field inside the 30-yard circle. Oh, outside edge. Just doesn't carry to Rohan Mustafa. Teasing him there, Rohan Mustafa, telling him he doesn't have any pace on his deliveries. But it was a good delivery from Umair Ali Khan. Couple of dot balls after that wicket. And Yug Sharma feeling the heat now. He'll be under a lot of pressure there. Oh, played it back. Almost carried to Umair Ali Khan. Would then pick up his 4th wicket. But not the case. He's got 2 more deliveries in this over to pick up that last wicket, which is Yug Sharma or Rahul Bhatia. Outside edge once again. He bowls those leg cutters very deceitfully well. Umair Ali Khan on the verge of bowling a wicket maiden. Gets it inside edge. I'll run away towards fine leg, and it'll be a single to end the over. Excellent over from Umair Ali Khan. A wicket and a run in that one. 48 done, 211 for 9. Sabir Rao to bowl the penultimate over. 211 for the loss of 9 in Dubai. Good delivery. Wanted to go for the single. Very wisely denied by Rahul. This has been a very good bowling effort from Team Fujairah, making sure they don't let Team Dubai get to a good total. 211 is below par at the moment. And Fujairah would be very happy with their efforts, especially with the ball. Slower delivery, picked up well by Yug Sharma. Get some bat on it, and they cross through for a single. It's going to be Rahul Bhatia back on strike. Guides that to the deep third. Farazuddin collects, and will be another B single. Clipped off the pads, but straight to the fielder. No chance of a run on that occasion. 4 deliveries, 2 dot balls, and 2 singles taken in this over so far. 213 for the loss of 9, Team Dubai. 8 more deliveries to go. Yuk Sharma 2 of 8. His partner at the other end. Rahul Bhatia 3 of 6. Oh, beautiful delivery. Has it taken the outside edge? Or has bowled him? That's taken the top of off stump then. Let's have a look. Yeah, just the top of off stump. What a delivery that was. Excellent ball from Sabir Rao, taking the last wicket of Team Dubai and restricting them to 213 for the loss of 10 wickets in 48.45 overs. What a good delivery that one was from Sabir Rao. No chance for the number 11 batter to get any bat on that. Meanwhile, let's have a look at the batting card for Team Dubai, who were invited to bat first after Fujairah won the toss. So Ronak Panoli, 21 of 21. Aryan Lakra, 18 of 16. Nilanj Keswani, 10 of 26. The top order not firing for Dubai. Syed Haider Wasi Shah, 79 of 105. That was a good knock. Fahad Nawaz went in early and went out early as well, 9 of 14. Safir Tariq put in that partnership with Murali, 20 of 34. And Shetty, 10 of 15 in 48.5 overs. They got to 213 for the loss of 10. Just 4 runs being given in that bowling effort from Team Fujairah. Sabir Rao started off the proceedings, picked up that first wicket of Aryan Lakra, 2 wickets in his 8.5, giving away 45 runs. Umair Ali Khan, he was superb with this second spell, 3 wickets, 36 runs in his 9, a maiden as well. Rohan Mustafa picked up a wicket, and but it was the pick of the bowlers was Mujahid Amin, 4 wickets in 10 overs, giving away 42 runs. Let's have a look at the highlights of how this innings panned out for Team Dubai, while setting up this total of 211, which they have managed to achieve. Umair Ali Khan bowled some wayward deliveries to Rohan Mustafa up front. His first over went for 12 runs, which is why it put a lot of pressure on them. That's when Sabir Rao came in, bowled that excellent delivery, got that outside edge, and the first wicket for Team Dubai. The wickets didn't bother Ronak Panoli too much, went for his shots, but a good catch, excellent catch in the deep, making sure that they pick his catch and send him back to the pavilion, after which just wickets kept tumbling. Nilanj Keswani, Fahad Nawaz, both of them trying to go big. He did get a boundary early on, Fahad Nawaz, but after which he just couldn't take on Mujahid Amin, and simple catch taken in the deep by Osman, the captain of Fujairah. Safir Tariq and Haider Wasi Shah did put in a partnership, but once Safir Tariq made his way back, Haider Wasi Shah followed quite quickly after that, and after which the wickets just kept tumbling one after the other. Too many runs could not be taken off the last few overs. That was a good delivery from Umair Khan. He was on the verge of a hat-trick. That was Taimur Ali, the second last wicket to fall, and then the last wicket belonging to Sabir Rao. Top of off stump, beautiful delivery to end the innings. 213 is what Dubai could muster for the loss of 10 wickets in 48.5. Now we'll dive into a short break, and when we come back, it'll be the run chase for Team Fujairah.
We are about to start the second innings of this game in Emirates D50. This is match number 11. Powered by Fan Code, the Emirates D50. It's turning out to be a good tournament, but we are seeing a low-scoring game in the first half today. This is actually the lowest total that we've seen in this tournament in all the 11 games that have happened, including this one. 213 all out in 48.5 overs, Dubai. They did decently well to get to that total, in fact, and riding on that half-century knock from Haider Shah. Syed Haider Wasi Shah scored 79 of 105 deliveries. He was really good. Safir Tariq supported him well, but once those two were out, there was nothing on board afterwards. Ronak Panoli started well, 21 of 21. Mujahid Amin, 42 runs, 4 wickets. Umair Ali Khan, great comeback from him after that first disastrous over where he gave away 12 runs, picked up 3 wickets. We have started the proceedings. It's Nilansh Keswani with the first ball, a full toss, driven away by Asif. Asif Khan is a blaster of a batter. So 2 runs on the card already. There's no dew on the ground, mind you. It's a different day today. Weather conditions are a little better compared to the game day before yesterday on this very ground. It was so foggy that it was difficult to see for the fielders. They were complaining. And this has been drilled hard, powerfully. I think straight to the man. It's dropped. I genuinely believe the way the shoulders have drooped down after he ran a single, Asif, I definitely believe it was a drop on extra cover. Nonetheless, Salman, his partner, will join him now. Driven away once again, slight misfield through extra cover. Good start, positive start for Fujairah. They would want to make sure that they win this by a big margin to get ahead in the net run rate table as well. Nicely bowled. Beautifully bowled. Length delivery coming in with the arm, slow through the air, just leaving the batter. Lets it go, Asif. Asif, lovingly called Lala, is a renowned name in the world of domestic cricket. Can score it well, hit those big shots. If I'm not wrong, played for the UAE recently as well. Driven down the ground, nicely played. Head on top of the ball. Good, sure footwork coming in from Asif Lala. That ends the over. 1 gone, 5 without loss. Yug Sharma has the ball in his hand, is coming into bowl for the second over here. Asif Khan is going to take strike. He's on 4 of 5. His partner Salman on 1 of 1. Here we go. Left arm over the wicket. Nice curve. Good start. Perfect delivery to start. Played well. Head over the ball. And Asif is defending. He defends well. Normally known for his big shot rather than his defensive pushes. But he has done well up till now. It's just early days, mind you, in this innings. And Dubai, the young Dubai side, needs to believe that they can upset Fujairah here. Outside the off stump, push through the covers, straight to the fielder, another dot. "209 more runs required in 292 balls. That should not be a problem for Fujairah, especially if dew comes into play. This will be a great toss to win for them. We have seen so many problems for the bowlers once the dew falls in. Nicely bowled outside the off stump. Once again, a defensive push towards the cover region. Good start to the over from Yug Sharma. Young, lanky, left arm bowler. Skids the ball in. Doesn't get too much bounce, mind you. And they have a lot of left arm spinners in their ranks, the Dubai side. As many as 4 or 5 left arm spinners. Played down the ground. Back foot push this time. A seeded start for Asif Khan, not known for this. Young team, the Dubai side, will take a lot of experience out of this game. At one point, there was a very good partnership developing after those 4 wickets had gone down. And then they lost their cool towards the end of the innings. This is played down the ground, mid-off. Will come into play, the captain, Aditya Shetty, on mid-off. A very good start to the over. It's not easy for a young boy to bowl against the experience of Asif Lala. Yug Sharma has started well, 5 dot balls. Needs to finish well as well. Talking to his captain here. I think he wants protection in the deep. Yeah, the long on is now going back. Aryan Lakla is going back. He will try to push one into the batter, I believe. That is why sending a fielder, this fielder, down to the boundary. There you go, last ball of the over. Good rhythmic run up. Yeah, nicely bowled. Straight to the fielder once again. Starts with a maiden over. This is good start for young Yug Sharma. Fujairah in reply to 213. They are 5 without loss after 2. Driven down the ground, this time from Salman. Starts off with a single on the first ball of the over here. Nilansh Keswani continues. And the helmet is off for Asif Lala. Drilled down the ground. A misfield will ensure that there are more than one run here. So yeah, 2 runs easily taken by Asif Khan. was tossed up. Brave thing to do against Asif Khan. He tried to hit it just a little too hard. Didn't get it from the middle of the bat. And a misfield ensured easy 2 runs for Asif, who's now on 6 of 12 deliveries. Nilansh Keswani will continue. Another young man. Hugely talented Nilansh. Is just back of the length, rocking onto the back foot, trying to cut it away. Straight to the fielder once again on point. We've seen so many talented youngsters in this tournament till now. Nilansh Keswani is one of them. Bats at number 3. Bowls up front as well. Again, towards point. Another youngster, Syed Haider Wasi Shah there. Very good knock coming in from him. Back-to-back 50s for his side. 79 today. Oh, beautifully bowled. This was the arm ball. Quicker through the air, curving in just a little bit. And Asif gave it the respect it deserved. Another dot ball. Good start for the Dubai boys. This time it's slow through the air, getting some purchase of the wicket as well. Asif played the shot a little early, but no problems. Easy single to end the over. 4 of it. It's 3 overs gone. 9 without loss. Fujairah chasing 214. Yug Sharma to continue from the far end. Running in from the 30-yard circle. Rhythmic, smooth action. Minimal of jumps at the popping crease. And Asif Khan wanted to hoik that away. Not time to perfection, but still be a single. That's the way Asif Khan likes to play. If it gets into the arc, it's out of the park, definitely. 6 hitting machine, Asif Khan. Single on the first ball of the over. This is the first run that has been taken against Yug Sharma. Kept Asif Khan very quiet in the first over. It was a maiden over. In comes Yug once again. There's a slip in place for Salman outside the off stump. Confidently driven. Nicely played. There's a 2 there. Easy 2 eventually, as Aditya Shetty, the captain of the side, chases the ball. Nicely driven all along the carpet. Very sure foot movement once again from Salman. Looks like a compact player, Salman. This one swung in just a little bit. Little late on the shot, Salman. Nicely negotiated eventually. And this is what happens in that just back of the length. The batter sometimes doesn't know whether to get onto the front foot or to go onto the back foot. This time wanted to go on the back foot, which might have been dangerous had it pitched in the line of the stumps, which was not the case on this particular delivery. But can get dangerous for a batter sometimes. Oh, nicely punched through the covers. Aditya Shetty chasing again. It was like the replica of the shot on the very first ball. 2 more. Good shot by Salman. Leaning into the drive. Just outside the off stump. Nothing wrong with the ball. It was hit on the up, mind you. Nicely bowled. Better delivery. Giving no room whatsoever just on that off-stump channel. Length delivery once again. He's been bowling well, Yug. He's given away 5 runs in this over. The first over that he bowled was a maiden. It's a huge opportunity, this tournament, for all the youngsters. Pitched on the leg stump, flicked away, straight to the fielder. Unfortunately for Salman, this was there to be hit. That ends the over. Yug Sharma has given away 5. It's 4 overs gone, 14 without loss. Trusting his instincts, Asif, going onto the back foot on a length delivery. The ball turned, kicked off the surface, nicely negotiated in the end on the back foot. Neelansh continues. Pulled away this time. He finds the gap this time. You can't bog Asif Lala down for a long time. That's going to be his first boundary. 4. Tossed up, played down the ground this time around. Waited and waited for it. There was a long off in place. He has no chance to cut that off from going to the boundary. Asif Khan on the attack here. And Neelansh on the receiving end. Tossed up. Up and over the eye level. Asif waited for it. Played it late. Nicely done. Short ball, drilled through the covers, straight to hand, unfortunately. Asif has decided that he's going to change gears here. Looking to attack every single delivery in this particular over. 2 fours already to his name in this over itself. Last ball of the over, tossed up again. Driven again. There's an extra cover which was very straight. It looked like a mid-off for Asif Khan. And the long off will come into play. That concludes the over. A good over, 9 of it. 23 without loss after 5. Scorecard till now, Asif Khan 17 of 23. Salman Khan 6 of 7. And a lot of batting to come. Rohan Mustafa, Zawar Fareed, Mohammad Usman, I think will come in next. Farazuddin can open the innings and can bat down the order as well. There's Zishan Abid, Umair Ali Khan, all of them can bat. So a long tail for Fujairah. Coming in with the arm, Yug Sharma continues. Wanted to go for the single Salman. Sent back by Asif. This is a very important tournament, as I was saying, for all the youngsters, because the UAE team is going to go for the qualifiers right after this to Zimbabwe. So a lot of selections will depend on this performance as well. Down the ground, up in the air, not time to perfection. And goes to hand. Aryan Lakra makes no mistake. This is a huge wicket. Asif Khan can be devastating on a given day. He had decided that he's going to go for his shots here. Not turning out well for him. It was there to be hit. Just didn't time it to perfection. Got the elevation, didn't get the distance. Good catch from Aryan Lakra. First blood drawn by Dubai. Fujairah loses the experience of Asif Lala. It's going to be the captain Mohammad Usman who will walk in next. It's 23 for 1 after 5.2. Yug Sharma continues. He has drawn the first blood. The captain, Usman, comes into bat. Plays it confidently down the ground. Good ball once again from Yug Sharma. Just outside the off stump, moving away from the left-hander. Just a little bit. We might see some swing in the first few overs under lights. Mind you, there's no dew on the ground today because it was pretty breezy during the day. It's not breezy anymore. So dew might come into play in a few minutes or a couple of hours max. But it will certainly come into play. Lets it go. Nicely bowled. Usman approves this. 4 dot balls. A wicket among them. Good start for Yug Sharma in this over. He's bowled well till now for his 2.4. Given away just 5 runs. He's bowled a maiden as well. 5 runs were scored in the last over of him. Has picked up the huge wicket of Asif Khan. It is as big a wicket as any in domestic tournaments in the UAE. Nicely bowled once again, right on the money on that off-stump channel. Just back of the length. Defensively played onto the back foot. Very good over. 5 dots and a wicket among them. Needs to make sure that he finishes the over well. Mohammad Usman, hugely experienced, just like Asif. In fact, if you take a look at the Fujairah team, they might have Asif and Usman combined might have played more games than the whole team combined for Dubai. Concludes the over. Another maiden from Yog. He has bowled 3. He has bowled 2 maiden overs. He has picked up a wicket as well. He's done everything for his side here. It's 6 overs gone, 23 for 1. Neelansh to continue. Salman on strike. Neelansh was taken for a few in the last over, courtesy Asif Khan. He's back to the pavilion. I like Aditya's captaincy. He's a thinking cricketer. Aditya Shetty, very young, mind you. Whatever cricket we've discussed, Aditya and I, that surely tells me that he knows his game. In the meanwhile, not all that short, rocking onto the back foot really quickly, Salman, and plays it away towards mid-wicket for a boundary. Beautifully played, deep into his crease. Ensured that he transferred all his weight to the back foot and hits it in the gap. Everything right about that shot. Nicely done. My co-commentator Asghar, who's going to come in on air in a while from now, tells me that he's another player who likes to kick on with it. This is in the air. It's not timed well, but it's still in the gap. An easy 2 for Salman again. This time the turn actually took it away from the batter, and that's why it got a lot more straighter in the outfield. Trying to overcompensate later on with his wrists. Trying to play towards mid-wicket. Salman, good ball from Neelansh Keswani. Under the pump just a little bit. He's given away 24 in his 3.3. This time rocking onto the back foot, playing it to the gap. Good bit of fielding once again. Fahad Nawaz there. Tumbling effort from him. Only a single that brings Usman onto the strike. Hasn't opened his account yet. 7 runs of the first 4 balls of this over. This is turning out to be a good over for Fujairah once again. Pressure applied from the other end. Lifted from this end. Neelansh Keswani has given away 25 out of those 30 runs. I think there might just be a change in the bowling after this over that he bowls. Yug Sharma might continue from the other end, but there's certainly going to be a change at this end because there are a lot of bowlers that they have in their ranks. There's Aryan Lakra, Aditya Shetty himself. Driven down the ground. Usman off the mark on the 5th ball that he faced. 8th run of the over. Still a ball to go. Salman on strike once again. Bowled well. Going for the single here. There was a stutter, but good run eventually. That concludes the over. 7 gone, 32 for 1. Yuk Sharma to continue. There's a slip in place for Salman, which is at the second slip place. That means Yuk will try to bowl one that goes away from the right-hander. He's predominantly been bowling those stock deliveries that come into the right-hander. Needs to produce a one that surprises the batter and goes across the body of a right-hander to get that slip come into play. Good first ball once again from Yug Sharma. He's bowled a lot of dot balls in his 3.1 overs. In fact, just 3 scoring shots against him in the first 19 deliveries that he has bowled. Driven down the ground, nicely done. Straight to hand. Aditya Shetty will come into play. No run once again. It was there to be hit. It was full straight. Good work in the field. Driven again, straight to the man again. Nicely timed, nicely played. He hasn't been able to find the gaps here, Salman, and that sometimes put a little bit of pressure on a player, and that is the reason why Usman, the captain, takes the responsibility of coming down and talking to his young player, making sure that he's in a positive frame of mind and doesn't lose his concentration, his focus. 3 dot balls again from Yuk Sharma. Brilliant spell this. That one, that goes away from the right-hander, across the right-hander. Kept a little low as well. Wasn't a slower ball by any means. Didn't bounce all that much. And I've been saying this, if you bowl it back of the length, good length, it might just surprise the batter. Sometimes it might kick on off the surface because of that grass patch that is there. And sometimes it might just keep a little low, just like that one. 4 dots. Another dot ball. In his first 3 overs, he had bowled 2 maidens, mind you. This might just be the third. That's a great start for young Yug Sharma. Cut away powerfully. It was too full to actually cut, but well played eventually by Salman. Plays it towards third man. That's a single of the last ball of the over. Concludes the over. 8 overs gone, 33 for 1. As expected, change in bowling. And change in aggression coming in from Salman. Plays it up and over. Aaron Lakla has been hoiked down the ground on the very first ball that he bowled. Beautifully played. 4. Tossed it up. Down on almost one knee. And a 4 to his name. Salman has started well. 19 of 19. Pressure on Lakra on the first ball. This is a good ploy. If you can take those runs in the first 3 balls. And this is played towards long off. Not timed to perfection. Thankfully for him that it wasn't timed well. Otherwise it would have been straight to hand. Only a single this time for Salman Khan. He's on 20 now. Usman is going to be on strike against Lakla. Another left arm spinner for the Dubai side. I've said this before, I'm going to say this again. If there was a Guinness Book of World Records for how many left arm spinners can play in a tournament, this is the most that I've seen. It should have been in the record books. All teams combined, at least 25 left arm spinners that we have seen play. Oh, this was not timed. Top edge. Usman is lucky to survive, let alone get a boundary on that one. That was a lucky 4. He's asking for a bat right away. Look at that once again. Just a little bit short. The idea was right to get it up and over the infield. Top edge. Lucky 4 for the captain Usman. Nicely played this time around. Nicely bowled as well this time. Aaron Lakla bowling it a little full outside the off stump, giving it air. Expensive over this from him. 2 4s already in this over. And a single before this particular dot ball. Again, flicked away. Got enough of bat to get a single there, Usman. That'll bring Salman on strike for the last ball of the over. It's 43 for 1 after 8.5. This is still a decent start, chasing down a lowish total. 213 is the lowest total that we've seen in this tournament till now. And this is exactly what Usman told me at the time of the toss, that he was looking to get them wrapped up at around 220, 230. He did one better. 213. Dot ball to end the over. 9 gone, 43 for 1. Surya comes into bowl. I thought there might have been one more over from Yug Sharma. But the captain, Aditya Shetty, had different plans. Starts off well, going across the left-hander from over the wicket. Yug was bowling really well. I think he should have bowled a couple more overs. An extended spell was required here for Yug Sharma. Nicely played by Usman, dropping his wrists, playing it towards third man. Nilanj Keswani on the third man. That brings Salman on strike once again. He's been the aggressor for Fujairah till now. Couple of fours from his bat, 20 of 21. Nicely bowled into the right-hander. Plays it with soft hands. Straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. Looks like a good bowler, has some decent pace as well, Surya. Rhythmic action, high arm action. Flicked away once again. This time towards fine leg. Nilansh Keswani on fine leg for the right-hander. Left-hand, right-hand combination going on for Fujairah here. And a small partnership developing between these two. Captain is going to be on strike now. He's on 7 of 10. Mohammad Usman, a very good player. Vastly experienced. Played for the UAE side for the longest time. This one has been driven straight to Aryan Lakra. At extra cover. Nicely bowled once again by Surya outside the off stump. Just a little full this time around. Needs to pull the length back just a little bit. Bowl in those good length areas. Just back of the length maybe. This is where you can get the most purchase out of this wicket. That's the area. That's very nicely bowled. Pitching onto the middle and leg stump and going away from the left-hander. That concludes a good first over coming in for Surya. Just 2 of it. 10 overs gone, 45 for 1. Four bowlers used till now in the first 10 overs. Nilansh Keswani, pretty expensive. 4 overs, 27 runs, going at 6.75 runs per over. He's a better bowler than that. Yug Sharma is 8 maidens out of those 4 overs. And a wicket to his name as well. Aryan Lakra, 1 over 10 runs. And Surya Satish, 1 over 2 runs. So most of the runs have come against the left-arm spinners. Aryan Lakra and Nilansh Keswani. Overall, in their 5 overs, they've given away 37 runs. Going at more than 7.5 runs and over. Only 1 wicket to go down. That was Asif Lala's wicket. We thought we were in for a treat from him when he started hitting everything down to the ground. And then got beaten on 1. And Yug Sharma picked up the wicket. Tumbling effort, misfield. Oh, that's poor. Easy run given away. Should have been fielded. Lakra not happy about this. When you have scored just 213, you need to grab all your chances. You need to be very tight in the field. You need to make sure that you're not giving away easy runs. That is the exact opposite that the Dubai team is doing as of now. They've had quite a few misfields already in the first 10 overs. Bowled well, defended well. Another single here, rotating the strike, getting Salman in action once again. This is up in the air, cries of take it. Way too short of the fielder running in to get that ball. Mistimed by Salman, just chipping it in the air. This is played towards fine leg, poor delivery, and making full use of it. Usman, the experienced Usman, is not going to let that go. That's a poor ball coming in from Aryan Lakra, and he has paid the price. Just helping it on its way. Lapped it around the corner. Mohammad Usman, well played. Didn't try to hit it too hard. Got outside the line of the ball and just swatted it away. And this time plays it towards square leg. There's a fielder there that ends the over. 11 gone. It's 53 for 1. No, in fact, this was the 5th ball of the over. No, it is not. 11 overs gone. 53 for 1. Chasing 213. Fujairah is looking good as of now.
Thank you so much, Faizan Khan. And Usman is looking really good. Pushes that one for a single. Surya is going to continue from the far end. This partnership is looking good. Salman Khan once again, he has looked in complete control throughout this tournament. Couple of 80s to his name. Unfortunately, hasn't been able to get 100 to his name, but he has looked really good for Fujairah. Mohammad Usman on the other end, leading the side today. Ever reliable, rotating strike at will. That's good cricket. Good delivery there by Surya, just hitting that back of a length, around off stump. Equally well played there by Salman. Punch of the back foot and oversteps Surya. That's going to be a free hit. A wonderful opportunity for Salman Khan to really go after him now. There you go. The umpire signals that one as a free hit. Defending a smallish total. You can't afford these extras. Aditya Shetty having a word, the skipper, with the bowler Surya, coming up with an idea, a plan. Just try. And doesn't leak a boundary here. On the pads, beautifully picked up. The fine leg makes a great effort there. But that's gone for 4. Poor delivery on the legs and picked up brilliantly by Salman. The fine leg was a bit wide. He was trying to cover ground on his right hand side. Wasn't able to. And that free hit cost him that boundary. Dot ball there. Surya just hitting that back of a length, round off stump. And Salman is looking once again classy as ever. 27 or 28. Hardly broken sweat. Wonderful technique. Compact technique, and he has the ability to rotate strike as well. Another single there. That's good cricket. They're cruising along. They lost a wicket. That was very important wicket of Asif Khan. But these two have looked really good. Still plenty of batting to come. Likes of Ron Mustafa. Zawar Fareed. Zishan Abid. Plenty of depth there. Umar Ali Khan. They bat deep. Farazuddin. So Dubai, they desperately need wickets. They need wickets in clumps to have a chance in this game. Cut away. Beautifully straight towards the third man area. Slight fumble there. That's the end of the over. 61 for 1. Fujairah batting second and looking to chase this one with absolutely ease. Aryan Lakra coming into ball. That was in the air for a while. Mohammad Usman looking comfortable on 15. 61 for 1. Cruising along Dubai. Beg me pardon. Fujairah cruising along. Down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. Umar Farooq signals his arm. Wonderful umpire. That's a good delivery. Worked away for a single. Aryan Lakra been expensive this evening. He needs to put brakes on the scoring, pick up wickets. He's got to deliver here for Dubai. Beautifully bowled. Nicely played as well by Salman. 63 for 1. Terrific. Great footwork there. Playing straight, punching it off the back foot. That's brilliant batting from Salman. He's able to maintain a very nice tempo, even in a 50-over game. Having a terrific season for the V in shipping. Now he's been picked up by Fujairah. The top of the order, he's delivering all the goods. Nicely punch off the back foot. This is one of the strongest shots of Mohammad Usman and beautifully played as well. That's gone for 4. Great use of the crease. Little press forward. Then he rocks back. Terrific footwork. Read the length quickly and then he places it to perfection. Mohammad Usman on a roll now. Effortless batsman. Plenty of experience. He's been a match winner for UAE national side. So many occasions. He's doing the job for Fujairah tonight. Leading from the front. It's 68 for 1 after 13. It's Rahul Bhatia into the attack and Salman straight away into his work. Keeping his good form going. Working the ball in the gaps. Dubai, they are looking pretty flat. Ordinary performance with the bat. This afternoon, been asked to bat by Mohammad Usman. They only managed 213, which is not quite enough. Got to really do something really special here. That is to pick up 2-3 wickets to make a game out of it. Easily played. A lot of young batsmen in this tournament have struggled to rotate strike, but I think looking at Mohammad Usman and the likes of Salman Khan, I'm sure they learn a lot. The way they use the crease, the way they have been able to get forward and back quickly, and then working the ball into the gaps. That's the whole mark of a great player. Is to able to rotate strike consistently. Doesn't allow the bowlers to settle. That's a good delivery. Drawing him forward, Rahul Bhatia. Nicely hit into the gap for 4. Beautiful shot there by Salman. This is one of his strengths. Going inside out over cover for a boundary. Rahul Bhatia looking to make an impression here. He's been worked towards long on once again. This time by Salman. A boundary, then a single. This is wonderful batting here by these two. Punched once again. It's good. He's coming back for the second. No, he's pushing hard for the first one. That's an excellent over for Fujairah. 8 runs coming off it. It's 76 for 1 after 14. '76 for 1 after 14. Fujairah cruising along. Salman on 35 and Muhammad Usman on 22. There is a bowling change. The skipper bringing himself on. From the pavilion end, Aditya Shetty. It's been a complete performance from Fujairah with the ball in the field now, doing it with the bat. Slight delay in play there. Just making sure fielders are in the right place. Finally, things are settled down, and Aditya is going to bowl. First delivery with spell, way short, gets away with it. Usman not quite able to put that one away. It was a half tracker. Safi Tariq there behind the stumps. Very fine wicketkeeper as well. Aditya once again from the pavilion end. Short delivery, put away behind square on the leg side. Straight to the man. That one just kept a little low. Usman will be touch disappointed. It was there to be hit. Sometime when it's not really bouncing up, it's difficult to really place it. Now the right-hander, Salman on strike. Nice tempo to his innings. 35 of 36. Beautifully played. Once again. Think about Salman, I love about him that he keeps on rotating strike and he's got that positive intent. Whenever there's a slightly loose delivery comes along, he is able to jump on it. That's throughout the tournaments. He's been touch unlucky. Punched off the back foot once again. Brilliantly played. Mind you, any youngsters looking, the way Mohammad Usman and Salman is batting, they're making the batting look easy. Believe me, it's not. It's just about the skill, the footwork, the way they've been able to transfer weight forward and back. That what makes great batsmanship. If you get stuck on the front foot, something which is little short, you get yourself into trouble or you go back to a fuller delivery, but not with these two. Well, that was a full toss. He gets away with it. Couple of loose deliveries in this over. Not being able to punish it. Salman and Usman. Punched off the back foot. Going to be a single there. End of the over. 15 overs gone. It's 80 for 1 for Fujairah. Rahul Bhatia continuing. 80 for 1. Fujairah cruising along. That one turned and bounced a little bit. That is an encouraging sign for Rahul. He's got to get his length right. Little fuller. Because this is a slow track. If you drag it short, enough time for batsmen to work. That's more like it. That's nicely bowled. Equally well played by Salman. This is that sort of time in the night. It's gonna Duke will come on. It's gonna make it difficult for the batsmen. Beg me a pardon for the bowlers and the fielding team. Cut away. Good piece of fielding there. Mohammad Usman, he's a very strong player of the back foot. Good all-round player, but very, very strong of the back foot. He does like to punch hard off the back foot in front of the square and also behind square. Oh, nicely played. I'm sure there's going to be a couple of runs there. He will come back for the second. That's nicely played, neatly played by Usman. Dubai, they're just going through the motions at the moment, waiting for things to happen, really waiting for these two to make a mistake. Once again, easily done by Usman. I think at this sort of stage where the game is, you got to look to make things happen. Maybe bring an extra man up in the circle, bowl few tight overs. That's where the captaincy comes into play. When you're defending a small total, you've got to be proactive enough to make things happen. End of a tidy over from Rahul Bhatia. It's 84 for 1 after 16. Well, that's the bowling card. Nilash bowled well for 27. Yog Sharma picking up that important wicket. He was brilliant. 4 overs, 1 for 6. Aryan Lakra struggled. Surya went for 10 of his 2 overs. Rahul Bhatia, he's been economical as well. And Aditya Shetty has just bowled 1 over. After 16, it's 84 for 1. And we have a drinks break. Well, that's the points table. Ajman at the top, 3 out of 3. They're playing another game at the moment. At Oval 2, Sharjah has won 2 out of 3. Fujairah, well on their way for another victory. Dubai, 3 matches, 2 wins. Abu Dhabi hasn't been able to win any games. And Emirates Blues also lost 3 out of 3. Well, the play is about to resume after the drinks breaks. Is 81 for 1 Fujairah after 16, and Aditya Shetty continuing down the leg side and beautifully swept there by Osman. He won't miss out on these sort of opportunities. That's gone for 4. Paddle fine for 4. And Umar Farooq signals that run as a boundary. Osman is too good a player to miss out on those. That's beautifully played. Now coming round the wicket, changing his angle. That's the replay. Poor delivery. Outside leg stump. Swept away fine with great control and placement. Now he's coming round the wicket. Beautifully played once again. That's been the whole mark of these two. How they've been able to rotate strike. I think a lot of youngsters need to take notice of this. It takes a lot of skill, footwork, judgment of length, placement. That's all which is required from a great player, is to able to rotate strike. They got nice tempo. 89 for 1. Salman well set on 38. That's a good delivery. That's more the length. Last 2 deliveries been pretty good to the right-hander. Leg spin is not the easiest art in the world to master. Short delivery, pushed off the back foot straight to Aditya. Does well of his own bowling. Flighted and beautifully played for a single. Seventeen overs gone. It's 90 for one for Fujairah. Rahul will continue 90 for one. I think the game is that sort of stage where you got to make a decision. Bring an extra man inside the circle. Ask these two to take a little bit of risk because at the moment they are just cruising along, taking 6-7 runs per over. The game is just drifting away. Dubai need wickets. Trying to sweep that one. It's been given. Salman against the run of play. That looked close. Straightish delivery there by Rahul Bhatia. And he looked to sweep, whether he got an inside edge or not. He departs for 38. Dejected looking Salman was well set. Line was really good. I'm sure he's going to hit stumps, but there was a little bit of doubt whether he's got an inside edge or not. Well, that's the replay. He struck in line, but he was showing his back to the umpire. Maybe he's got an inside edge onto it. Difficult to tell. Make it high. Umpire's got a tough job to do. That's the way game is. It all evens out for everybody. Sometimes you get that benefit of the doubt. Sometimes it goes against you. But if you play the game long enough, it all evens out. But Salman right now back in the hurt. And Rahul has broken through. That brings Zawar Farid, the hard-hitting all-rounder, in the middle, batting at 4 today. Rahul is bowling well. He's settled into a nice groove. Just that on and on, round off stump. That's beautifully bowled as well. Dubai has got something to work with. Just picked up a wicket. Now I think this is the time to attack the new batsman. Get a slip in. Get an extra man in the ring. Just don't let him off strike. That's good work there by Rahul. Another dot ball. This is a terrific over from Rahul Bhatia. It's a wicket maiden. 18 overs gone. It's 90 for 2. 90 for 2 Fujairah after 18 overs, and I welcome Faizan Khan into the commentary box with his valuable thoughts and refreshing voice.
Thank you so much. I'm not going to give you your dinner today. This praise is not going to work. Asghar wants a treat from me, I believe. Thank you so much for the warm welcome, though.
Well, it's absolutely honor. There's nothing like a praise. You are a role model and a legend of the field. We are just growing up, looking up to you.
He wants to tell all of you who are listening to us right now that I am old, which is not the case. But yeah, thank you so much, Asghar. That means a lot. Asghar himself is one of those cricketers who's played a lot of cricket in the UAE in the domestic circuit. And he was brilliant with the bat. This has been swept away, nicely done. Usman is looking good. He's the captain of the Fujairah unit. And he would want to be there till they win it for their side. They're looking in control as of now, mind you. Going at a decent run rate, about things, required run rate well under control, 3.95 runs per over. Only 146 more runs required. But still to get there, they would need partnerships. They can't just let their wickets go. Zawar Farid promoted up the order. I was a little surprised that he's sent up the order here.
Yeah, maybe they want to have him a look, just build into the tournament, the campaign. So, Aditya Shetty just bringing a slip in. What you think, Faizan? Is it the time the dew is going to come on? How's the conditions outside? Have you been outside?
Well, I was just outside. Thankfully, there's not much dew there today. So it is not going to be as big a problem as it was the other day. Day before yesterday was one of those days when it felt like as if we are in a hill station rather than Ajman. Frankly, there was fog all around and there was so much moisture that was settling on the ground that for the presentation, when I went to the ground, it felt as if I was walking on water. There was so much moisture on the grass. I decided that day that I'm going to keep my good shoes away.
Very, very smart guy. Terrific brain and great sense of humor.
Now I feel he's pulling my leg. Nonetheless, that's over number 19 gone. Things have slowed down just a little bit after that wicket. It's 92 for 2. First ball single. Rahul Bhatia has bowled well. He's picked up a wicket as well. In his 3.1 overs, he's given away 12, picked up a wicket, and has started with a dot ball on the first over. In fact, that's a wicket, is that? We will have to take a look at the replay here because we certainly missed out on something that was hit directly to mid-off. And a huge mix-up. A huge mix-up. I thought that was an easy single there. Zawar Farid and Usman, the captain, were shaking hands, while on the other end, the bails were disturbed. So Zawar Farid out for one. Is there trouble in the paradise? To tell you more about that, there's going to be a change in the com box. Replacing Asghar is our captain, Rashid. Welcome back.
Thank you, Faizan Khan. Another wicket here. And this can open that door, which Dubai were looking for, the opportunity. 3 wickets down. Mohammad Usman is still out there, 33 of 35. But that was a very good wicket. A yes and a no was followed by a sorry. And Zawar Khan had to make his way back. A good wicket here for Team Dubai. They don't have a big total to defend, but they'll have to probably bowl out of their skins to make sure, and field out of their skins to make sure that they restrict Fujairah under that total. And this is a very important game for both these teams. Whoever wins this will probably get to that number 1 position in the points table. Ajman already doing really well. They're ruling the roost. They're at 6 points, and both these teams are at 4 points. So whoever wins this game will probably be getting to those 6 points. And if Ajman at the other end, in the other ground, loses that game to Emirates Blues, they will make sure that they rule the roost.
Well said, the professor. Ladies and gentlemen, he knows his maths. Rashid Mohammed. Dr. Rashid Mohammed, should I call you from now on? Doctor of Mathematics.
Well, we are good at numbers, but there's one thing we're not good at, and I'll not reveal it on air. We both have that problem.
In fact, we can share that with our viewers. I have no problem sharing that. That might just be a warning to all the others to actually tell us their names continuously. We have a problem, both of us have a common problem, that we forget names. Even with people who we spend day in, day out. Thankfully, he hasn't forgotten mine, or I his.
No, but we've got other better attributes that we are proud of.
Yeah, we are both handsome. Very good looking.
We can say that about you.
Shiny as the sun. Bright as the day.
So, mashallah,
Windy as the
you're
wind.
very handsome. I'll give you a compliment, mashallah.
You want any more adjectives or expressions, just let me know, Rashid. That concludes the over. A successful over, maiden wicket. And there's trouble in the paradise for Fujairah here. 92 for 3 after 20. Up in the air as Aditya continues, and this is played well into the gap. Experience from Mohammad Usman coming into play. It's 1 bounce, 4 over extra cover. Beautiful to watch.
Excellent shot. As soon as that left-hander plays that drive over covers, it's so pleasing to the eye. Mohammad Usman, one of the more experienced batters in this domestic circuit. He was also part of the UAE national side. And once he plays those shots through the covers, it's just so pleasing. You fall in love with the game all over again.
I don't know about falling in love again. Happily married and settled guy.
We're talking about cricket here, Faizan. Focus.
All right, back to the ground now. 2 left-handers in tandem batting right now, and 2 very experienced left-handers, mind you. Rohan Mustafa is the new batter who's come out to bat. He has faced 4 deliveries, hasn't scored a run yet. He can go berserk once he's settled down. Captain Aditya Shetty continues, nicely bowled. Tossing it up, bowling it full at good length, inviting the batter to come onto the front foot. Everything right about that ball there. It's 97 for 3 after 20.3. Talking about these two, you were talking about the experience that Usman has, even Rohan Mustafa. These two combined would have played more number of games than the whole Dubai team, I'm sure.
Oh, absolutely. 2 very experienced players. They've been in the circuit for quite a while. Meanwhile, talking about the young Aditya Shetty then, he's not as experienced as these two, but certainly very brave. I think this is a move. This is a move which makes a statement of bravery and courage, coming out to bowl when two left-handers are out there, leg spinner. So this tells you that he's coming out with a full heart and he wants to. He means business here, not scared of those two left-handers who can go against that the leg spinners quite often. Not opting to go for an off spinner. I don't know if they have anybody in the side who bowls off spin. They've got a lot of left arm spinners and leg spinners, but that's one area where I think Shival Bawa was the off spinner they had, and Ramiz Shazad himself, not in the playing, he's injured. He was also an off spinner, and I can't really recall anybody else who does off spin bowling.
Spot on. You recall two names. Brilliant. Your memory is getting better.
Team Dubai, what do you expect?
Yeah, true. You've been with that team for a long, long time, Rashid. That concludes the over. We'll come back to that. 21 gone, 99 for 3. Rahul Bhatia continues. Another left-arm spinner in this tournament. We've seen a lot of left-arm spinners in this tournament. This has been beautifully played towards the offside. That was a backward punch coming in. A backward punch hit with immense ferocity from the captain Mohammad Usman. Take a look at the replay once again. Arching his back, getting onto the back foot. Great footwork all along the carpet. And that shows there's no dew on the ground today. That is supposed to be good news for Dubai, but they don't have a total to defend. 213 against this batting unit is not good enough if you ask me.
Oh, absolutely. They will not be able to defend this total. They'll have to pick up all 10 wickets. It's that simple as that. And for that, they need to place in aggressive field settings, and they'll need to make sure they get the bowlers to bowl aggressive lines and pick up wickets.
And simple as that. Get Mohammad Usman as soon as possible.
Absolutely. At the moment, he's looking $1 million. 43 or 40 deliveries, looking very comfortable out there against the spinners as well. Ball not keeping as low as I thought it would. There's consistent bounce, and both Rahul Bhatia and Aditya Shetty are not getting as much turn as I thought they would.
That has surprised me as well, because I was at the pitch report. I was thinking it was looking dry under the sun. It would certainly turn. There was just a couple of bowlers who got it to turn. But later on, it started turning just a little bit. So I thought maybe in the second innings, if dew won't come into play, it will turn a little bit. We haven't seen all that exaggerated turn here, which is surprising. And the wickets, the way they change under the lights here in the UAE is, it looks like a completely different wicket when under the lights, right?
Absolutely. That is why they say toss is really important here in UAE. That's a good delivery. I think Mujahid Amin was the only bowler who got some turn in the first innings as well. And now I think one of the things he was doing, he was bowling it slower in the air. And both Aditya Shetty and Rahul Bhatia are using their shoulders quite a bit. They're not tossing it, not giving it as much air as Amin was in the first innings, which is probably the reason why they're not getting as much spin.
And he picked up 4 wickets. So there was a learning there. And that is why experience always counts. Mujahid Amin, another of those wily bowlers who's played a lot of cricket. End of the 22nd, it's 105 for 3. Fujairah, although they've lost a wicket recently, but they're looking all set.
change the bowling then. Surya Satish comes in. He's been brought back. Plays it straight through the covers. That was officially played by Rohan Mustafa. Not in control. I thought there was a chance there. It'll be interesting to see that replay, Faizan.
Yeah, it was in the air for a while. For a moment, Rohan's heart would have been in his mouth because he hadn't timed it at all. He was into the shot too early. Nicely bowled. Surya looks like a good bowler, compact bowler, high arm action, smooth rhythmic run up. Bowls it in the right areas. And as he grows older and gets experience, his pace will improve as well. I hope so. The reverse might also happen with a lot of players we've seen over the years. They come in bowling express pace and then they lose it completely because of consistently and continuously bowling defensive deliveries. They use the slower balls too much, and because of which they eventually end up losing pace. I hope that doesn't happen with any of the youngsters who are playing in this tournament. We saw some great fast bowlers emerge from the UAE in the ILT20. And I've told you this before as well, that I was talking to Ian Bishop, and the way he praised 4-5 bowlers was absolutely amazing to see coming from a legend. And that shows that the UAE cricket is growing, and it's always great to see that. Great to hear comments from people who have played the game for the longest time at the highest level and are commenting on the game. So he took the names of Jawadullah, specifically talked about him in detail, that he wouldn't change a thing about his action, although it is wrong-footed. He said, it's good to be unconventional in cricket. Those were his words. He talked about Akif Raja and how consistent he was. That has been pulled away in front of square, nicely played. Had lots of time there, Mohammad Usman, and that is the beauty of his cricket. Has been playing forever and still one of the finest players in the domestic circuit, Mohammad Usman. He talked about Junaid Siddiqui. He talked about Zahoor Khan. You know, he was proudly talking about all those players. And he said there's so much talent in the UAE, and if they keep on it, they will only get better. And someone like a Zahoor, who looks like would bowl at 120, 125, can surprise you with a delivery that's bowled at 145. So is with Jawadullah. There were a couple of deliveries with Jawad in the ILT20, which he bowled at 142, 143k. So these are bowlers who are very, very good bowlers. It's unfortunate that we are not seeing them in this tournament. Another reason why, because the UAE has had a long tour. All those players who are playing there, they needed rest as well. So the captain, Mohammad Wasim, is not in this tournament, I think, for that reason. And again, he specifically talked about Mohammad Wasim as well. What a find for the ILT Mohammad Wasim was. Rohan Mustafa was very good in the ILT20 tournament as well.
Absolutely. Some of the big names, some new entrants into the ILT20. Some of them part of the UAE national side, others making their way into the camp and, you know, displaying their skills and knowledge. And it was an amazing tournament. I really enjoyed the ILT20, and definitely very proud of the boys who were representing the United Arab Emirates in that tournament. And it was always a proud moment for anybody. And while you were talking to Ian Bishop, that does tell you how proud you would have felt when he was talking about somebody you comment on, you call the games for them, and, you know, it just adds to that.
I actually met Jawadullah the other day, and I told him exactly this, that I've been meaning to talk to you about this. So keep your head on the ground, keep your feet on the ground, hold your head high, and just keep doing what you're doing. A very sweet guy, Jawad.
Wonderful advice there. One of the best advices you can give to a youngster. Keep your feet planted and make sure you rise as much as you can. And this is one of the things that we always tell youngsters as they keep growing older. One of the advice that I'm sure everybody gives to them is make sure they remember their roots, and they'll have to always be very humble. This is stardom is something that can take you away, and it can come very easily, and it can go as easily as it comes. So these are things that they have to be very careful. Another thing you were talking about in the previous over was something to do with injury as well. And that's one thing that faster bowlers especially need to be very careful. The workload management is as important as anything else. And in today's world, fitness is the most important thing. So diet comes into picture. The body mechanics are completely different than what it used to be, let's say, 20 years ago. So you'll have to be very careful with within cricket.
Spot on there, Rashid. As Neelansh Keswani comes into the attack for his second spell. He was pretty expensive in the first one. He was taken apart by Asif Lala in 1 over. Then Salman hit him for a couple of boundaries as well. Both of them back to the hut. 111 more required. 172 balls remaining. It's not a matter of runs. It's a matter of wickets for the Dubai side. They need to pick up wickets as soon as possible. There's a good partnership developing between these two experienced left-handers. Mohammad Usman, the captain of the side. Rohan Mustafa, immensely experienced. And again, a great guy to talk to, Rohan Mustafa. Always talks very passionately about the game, about his team, about the players he's played with. Brilliant.
Wow, absolutely wonderful character. He's got so much to say and so little time.
Well said. I completely resonate the feeling. I sometimes feel that the time is passing slowly and he's talking faster. But a great guy, gem of a guy at heart.
Wonderful. Mustafa. Absolutely. Getting some turn here in Neelansh Keswani. That's encouraging signs for them. But I still don't see. They don't have an offie in their lineup. I was just trying to check and just confirm that there's no off spinner, which is the reason why the left arm spinners are bowling in tandem alongside. They brought in a change in Surya Satish the previous over. That's a good delivery. Now, this is one thing that they need to do differently to pick up a wicket. They need to set aggressive fields. Both of these players, they like to go after the, especially Rohan Mustafa, he likes to go after the bowlers. Probably get that long off fielder inside the circle, entice him to go over there, over the ball turning as much as Neelansh Keswani is. I think that can easily go towards long on as well. So they need to make these kind of changes. At the moment, looks like they're just going through the flow. They're making the changes, but the field hasn't been changed accordingly.
Very important point from Rashid Mohammed. Played back to the bowler. A dot ball here. And that is going to conclude the 24th over. They're cruising along as of now, Fujairah. 113 for 3. Surya continues. This has been played towards mid-on. Wanted to go for a single. Got it eventually, I think. Did he? Yeah, a single on the second ball of the over. Rohan Mustafa, quick runner between the wickets. Surya Satish. Good young talent for the UAE domestic circuit. Outside the off stump, this is up in the air. Played the shot a little too early. Got an outside edge, thick outside edge. Goes towards backward point on the boundary. And only a single this time around again. So runs coming only in singles. They haven't got a boundary for quite a while now. Not required, mind you. They need runs at under 4 runs and over. They need to make sure there's a partnership and they don't crumble under pressure, or that overconfidence doesn't creep in.
Absolutely, with under 100 required now and ample time to do that, they will probably just want to make sure that they get this partnership, like you mentioned. And even though it takes time, and at the end of the innings, even if they have 6-7 runs to chase in and over, these two can easily do that. Meanwhile, for Dubai, I think it's about getting those fielders inside that 30-yard circle, move them in closer, because Rohan Mustafa likes to drop and run. Usman is not a quick runner between the wickets. That's the advantage they can take. So they need to think about those kind of lines and then change accordingly. Because at the moment, I don't see too many changes coming in. Surya Satish has been testing them. That's a very good delivery, I think. Outside off stump, way outside off stump, and enticing him to go for that pull shot. So these are the things they need to start doing.
And Rohan likes to hit it through the leg side. So even if you're bowling a short ball, try bowling it outside the off stump, away from his body. Get him to top edge one. If you can do that, if you can pick up a wicket here, there will be pressure. And it would be even better if you pick up the captain, Mohammad Usman, because Usman is a more established batter compared to all the other batters to come for Fujairah now. Single to end the over. It's 25 gone, 115 for 3. We were talking about ILT20. We'll continue after a short while. Nilansh Keswani to continue. Outside the off stump, making room. Good footwork coming in from Mohammad Usman. And this one is going towards the boundary. Oh, there's no man on sweeper cover. That surprised me. I thought it was going for a single, but well hit by Usman. If you give him those kind of deliveries, you need protection in the deep. 4.
Absolutely wonderful shot off the back foot on that occasion. That's a welcome boundary for Team Fujairah. They took a while to get that boundary, but they wouldn't mind. They don't need quite too many runs. And they can certainly take their time, get singles in, build a partnership. Nilansh Keswani, meanwhile, for that kind of field setting, I think he needs to pitch it up, break the ball into the left-hander, and entice him to go for that drive, but get that angle to be changed. I think with the kind of angle he's coming to bowl with, it's easier to play those kind of shots.
Certainly. I don't know how good a ploy this is. Bowling around the wicket to left-handers, trying to tuck them in, giving them no room whatsoever. That also means one more thing. It's easier to work you around. Coming over the wicket once again, this time to Rohan Mustafa. Back foot punch, nicely played. This is in the gap. It's running towards the boundary. There's a sweeper cover for Rohan and not for Usman. Surprising. In fact, it was the extra cover fielder there that came in to sweep the ball. Or long off, rather. Nicely bowled. Into the stumps, giving it air. Nicely played as well by Rohan Mustafa. So we are talking about ILT20 and how this can be a boon to the UAE boys. We already have quite a few names that came out from the ILT20. One of them batting right now. He was very good for one of the teams. And you were closely associated with that team. You know, it was brilliant to see the kind of performances coming in from all the players of the UAE, particularly the bowlers. Even Sanchit Mohan Sharma bowled really well in the tournament, out and out. Ayan was not given that many opportunities, but whatever was given to him, whenever the ball was thrown to him, he made sure that he makes a mark from his performances. He proved himself good with the bat as well in those limited opportunities. So I think it's very good for the UAE that we have a tournament of our own now, the ILT20, and there's only one thing that this tournament can do. It can give the youngsters more motivation. Money is definitely a motivator, but so is playing with all those players with lots of experience of playing around the world, and a lot of learnings from that as well. You need to learn a few basic things. You might know all about your cricket, but there are a lot of basic humane things that you learn living with these cricketers all throughout those 35 days. Let's take a look at the scorecard and we'll continue. Asif Khan, good start for him, 17 of 25 deliveries, and then was picked by Yug. Beautiful bowling by Yug at that time. Salman Khan, 39 of 48, good little knock from him. Usman has completed his 50, he's on 52 of 48. Zawar Farid came in and was run out, courtesy his captain. And the saddest part about that is it's his captain. He just cannot say anything to him once he goes back to the dugout. Rohan Mustafa is on 12 of 27. He's taken a lot of balls getting going here, but does not matter genuinely if you ask me, because the required run rate is under control as of now. Still a lot of batting to come for Azuddin, Zishan Abid, Umair Ali Khan. All of them can bat.
Absolutely, and just 2 extras from the Dubai side, which is very encouraging and very promising. That shows how disciplined this effort has been with the ball for the boys in blue. And another change in the bowling now. Yug Sharma has been reintroduced. You were talking about how good he was, and he's been brought in to take the wicket. 6 runs in 4 overs against a very strong Fujairah. Asif Lala and Salman Khan, 2 of the most destructive batters in the domestic circuit.
He bowled 2 maiden overs to Asif Lala.
Wow, that tells you how good this young lad is. Another very impressive fast bowler being produced by the Dubai Cricket Council. Kudos to the Dubai Cricket Council for promoting these youngsters. The ethos behind their team has always been to promote youngsters, get new talent in, and that is certainly paying for them at the moment. Yug was brought into the T20 side a couple of seasons ago, and then he was quite young then, very raw, and from there he learned a lot of things, and now look at the mark he's leaving. He's still young. He's only probably 16, and to bowl a couple of maidens in front of somebody like Asif Lala, that's a booster in itself.
Asif Khan is a legend of domestic cricket in the UAE. Nobody must have scored more centuries than him, if we count all of them, in the domestic circuit. Every now and then, I hear about Asif Lala. I heard that he has hit a century. Every now and then. Great player, brilliant cricketer. And good to see him in the UAE team as well.
Oh, certainly. He's been a great addition to the UAE national side. Since he's come in, the team's completely changed. The balance has changed. He comes in and bats at number 5, number 6, and provides that stability in the middle order, which was quite fragile before he was there. So a lot of good things happening with UAE cricket, and very proud moment for all of us. They were in Nepal for the Asia Cup qualifiers. Came runners up, lost to Nepal in the finals. It was heartbreaking for me, but certainly very impressed with the way the boys played, and gave us so much. It was a proud feeling.
And it's going to get only better from here. Lot of young talent coming into the side. The team is looking really good. They have a new captain, Mohammad Wasim, who's a brilliant player himself, possibly one of the finest at the international level for the UAE, and one of the more consistent ones as well. So yeah, I think UAE national team is in good hands as of now. Down the leg side, wide call by the umpire there. It was a foolish delivery. Missed out on that one, Usman.
Absolutely, in very good hands. And like you mentioned, we were talking about the ILT20, what a product that is. And a lot of credit should be given to the Emirates Cricket Board for producing such a kind of an event where local talent is being promoted in such a level. I was talking to Tom Moody the other day. He was also part of the Desert Vipers team, where Ali Nasir, one certain product of the UAE domestic circuit, has played the under-19 as well for UAE. So he was part of that team. Didn't get too much chance, but Tom Moody was of full praise of him. He was very impressed with the youngster, his batting talent, his fielding, and his bowling as well. And he did get a few games, but just couldn't get that bowling or that batting in the areas he was supposed to get. But a lot of the coaches and everybody were very impressed with the kind of commitment he had, his discipline, and also the way he practiced with the boys and got himself gelled in very nicely.
Yeah, you mentioned Ali Nasir. He's another good talent, and he's got pace as well. This one has been pulled away beautifully in front of square, down the ground for another 4. There's no stopping Mohammad Usman once he gets settled, and he is set on 57 now.
A half tracker from Yug, probably the first loose delivery coming in from the youngster, and that's been picked. So Usman Khan, he'll always want, Mohammad Usman, beg your pardon, he'll always want to put pressure on the youngster, and on that occasion, just playing it through the line and making sure he doesn't keep it along the carpet. He's got that ability to pick up good gaps and hits it through there to earn 4 more runs. 83 required of 139 deliveries. So this is where Fujairah, the experience of Fujairah comes in. They toy with the field according to that, with their experience, and make sure they keep putting pressure on the youngsters.
Funny that you talked about Usman Khan. We'll get to it in a bit. It's 27 overs gone, 131 for 3, 83 more required to win this game in 138 deliveries. Some turn for Nilansh Keswani as he comes back from the same end. It's a single down the ground for Rohan Mustafa, and Mohammad Usman is going to be taking strike now. You're talking about the other Usman, already playing in this tournament, Usman Khan. Again, a man in supreme form throughout the world of franchise cricket. He scored runs in CPL, has scored runs in PSL, a century to his name in the PSL in just 42 odd deliveries. Brilliant, brilliant player. And I have no doubts in my mind that the Emirates Cricket Board would be looking at his performances. He already has a century in this tournament and a 79 to follow that. I think it's not going to be too far in the future that we see him in the national side as well, with the kind of performances that he's given.
Oh, absolutely. You missed out the BPL. You got a century in the Bangladesh Premier League as well. So, another person will be just so fortunate to make his way into the national side. Probably just waiting for that number of years of qualification to complete. There's a certain criteria which you need to complete before you can be picked up for the national side. I think he's just waiting for that. And as soon as he comes into the middle order, oh my God, I just can't imagine how strong UAE would become. And then is when we can really, boast about the UAE team.
Absolutely. Good delivery, but down the leg side. Wide called by the umpire. Some turn as well in that ball. Things looking very smooth for Fujairah boys as of now. 134 on board, just 3 wickets down. Played down the ground. Nicely played by Rohan Mustafa. Getting in line of the delivery. Head over the place where the impact happened on the bat. Everything right about that shot down the ground all along the carpet. And he's played a good supporting role to Mohammad Usman, who's been the aggressor in this partnership. Rohan has taken a few deliveries, but that is all that is required from him as of now. What I like about Rohan Mustafa is the fact that whatever job he's given, in the meanwhile, it's a couple of easy runs, I believe. They go for only a single. So 1 run added to the total. What I like about Rohan Mustafa is the fact that whatever job he's given, he does it, gives it 100% every single time. Be it on top of the order, be it in the middle order, lower middle order, or sometimes with the ball up front. And a very thinking cricketer.
Oh, that's the reason why he's become so successful in his career, Rohan Mustafa. We'll keep talking about that and a lot more in the next over. Some things to discuss about Rohan Mustafa and the line with which Nilansh Keswani is bowling. 28 done, 136 for the loss of 3.
Down the leg side from Yug Sharma. He was exemplary in the first spell. Didn't start all that well in the second spell. Gave away 8 runs in the last over and a single on the very first delivery, which is not counted because it was a wide. So 9 runs of the last 6 deliveries that he has given. It's just a matter of time as to when Fujairah is going to win this if things keep going this way.
Dubai need to do something different with which they are bowling, especially the spinners. I think that's something they need to change. Nilansh Keswani in the previous over is getting the ball to turn, but he's bowling a very straight line. When it was turning, it was going towards the leg side, so that LBW is automatically taken out of the equation. And somebody like Rohan Mustafa and Mohammad Usman, who were both left-handers, it was easier for them to just knock it down the ground towards long on and pick up those singles. So if he started on the 5th or 6th stump and gets the ball to turn into them, even though he doesn't have a cover sweeper, he'll get hit for a boundary or two, but then in the process he can create that gap between bat and pad and pick up that wicket. That is very important right now.
Absolutely well read, Rashid. Good running between the wickets and a fumble ensures there's an easy 2 on that short delivery from Yug. He's trying his level best, but it's difficult to contain 2 experienced cricketers from Fujairah. One of them the captain of the side, Mohammad Usman. And again, a player who's played international cricket for the longest time, along with Rohan Mustafa. So they've played a lot of their cricket together as well. Also talking about the variety that they have in bowling, they need to work on that as well, the Dubai side. They need to have an off spinner, a right-handed off spinner to come in and bowl, because that is the variety that is lacking. If there was an off spinner right now, 2 left-handers bowling, it would have been a much better option to come in and bowl.
Oh, absolutely, 100% in agreement with that. And probably another fast bowler as well with the kind of conditions we have here in Ajman. Today, they'll consider themselves very lucky there's not much dew. But if there was dew, the spinners would have been negated straight away because of the amount of dew we get here. And they would require that fast-paced fast bowler, that threatening fast bowler. They don't have that in their lineup. Yug is a brilliant bowler. No credit taken away from him or from Surya Satish at the other end. But they need somebody who's quick and he can pose some questions to these fast bowlers, that short pitch deliveries, the Yorkers, and that's when you can really trouble the batters when things are not going your way.
Absolutely. That's one thing that the UAE needs to work on in terms of domestic cricket all over. Because we need to produce more bowlers that have more pace, more edge to them. We certainly have some very good fast bowlers in the recent times. But that express pace bowler, one look at him and you know that he's gonna break you in half if you make a mistake. That's something that's lacking, but I'm sure it's not far away. Beautifully bowled, nicely bowled, leaving the batter just at the last time, and a very poor bit of fielding from Ronak Panoli. Ensures there was single there. I think the shoulders have drooped. I think they know that this match is going to go only one direction, and that's Fujairah's way.
Well, that's one thing you should never do as a team. Never rule your shoulders. One good fielding effort, one good catch, one good run out, and that can change the course of this game. Cricket is a very funny game. We've seen so many weird things happen in cricket. There was a time when I can remember that match where Pakistan was playing against Sri Lanka.
Funny that you brought that up, because the other day I was commenting with Asim and we talked exactly about that game. 183 to get for Sri Lanka. I think 196 to get, and 183 they had 3 wickets or something like that.
Absolutely. 7 wickets in hand and all 7 were taken. And it went
5
down.
of them by Razak and 2 of them by Wasim Akram, who ended up taking overall 3 wickets in that game.
Oh, absolutely. Wonderful game to
It
remember.
happened in Sharjah. Those were the golden days of Sharjah, right?
Exactly. And a very motivational game for the youngsters. Something to learn from. Never give up attitude. That's where it comes from. Meanwhile, end of over number 29. 3 wickets down for Fujairah, 143 on the board. Oh, wicket here out of the blue. They were looking for one. Rohan Mustafa going for that reverse hit, not connecting. And Rahul Bhatia has made another. He's made another comeback. Look at that. Just leg stump, I feel.
Well, yeah, the umpire is a better judge of that, frankly. But it was mighty close, I can tell you this.
We're sitting in an angle, probably that's why.
Yeah, possibly, because he was in front of the stumps. All stumps were showing. So easy decision there for the umpire. This is the 4th wicket down. They were drooping their shoulders. They need to lift up their team now. They need to talk, gather around in a huddle and believe that they can pull it off.
It's always about self-belief. And this is the kind of opening they were looking for, getting the experienced Rohan Mustafa back in the heart. That'll really pump them up. They need to get their spirits up. And somebody from the team, the senior men, they need to start talking. Aditya Shetty is very experienced as well. He's young, but he's got a lot of experience and he's got a lot of motivational talk behind him. I can relate to that. He always talks about good things. He's got a lot of positive attitude, and he displays that and makes sure that he communicates that to his team as well.
Certainly. Zohaib comes into bat. We've seen so many times in cricket, one wicket leads to another. If that happens, it's going to be a very interesting game from here on. Because we want to make this very important in front of you to let you know that the only way of winning this game for Dubai is picking up wickets regularly. That is the only way they can win this. If there's a big partnership for Fujairah, I don't think that Dubai can get back into the game. So they need to break partnerships. They've broken just one. They need more wickets here.
Oh, absolutely. And this is the golden opportunity to do that. Slip in place, and that's been played on the onside. He'll get off the mark, Zohaib Zubair. Rahul Bhatia needs to do a little bit better than that, especially against the new man, Zohaib Zubair. He's also a youngster, just 20 years of age, a leg spinner by trade. He can bat as well. So with the new man in, a youngster in, they can start putting pressure on him, and that can convert into a wicket, and that can probably put some bit of pressure on Mohammad Usman as well.
Another thing missing has been attacking cricket from Dubai. We've talked about the change of bowlers. They've got X number of resources, and they are trying to utilize their resources. Nicely bowled, tossed up, nice drive as well from Mohammad Usman all along the carpet. But the fact is, you need to get in a slip for a new batter. And it's a left-handed bowler that is bowling right now. There comes the slip. This is better. Aryan Lakra comes into the slip region.
Is there a speaker on the ground?
Maybe they think like I think. Aggressive.
Aggressive, yeah. They'll have to be aggressive. They'll have to pick up wickets at regular intervals. And now those intervals have, that have shortened now. They'll have to pick them up really quickly.
Also, I'd love to see one of the fielders from the boundary getting inside the circle. Do not give easy singles to Zohaib. Put pressure on him. Make sure that his captain tells him to actually rotate the strike. And that is when the pressure gets on you as a batter. When your captain is coming to you and telling you that you are not rotating strike, you need to do that. If long off was inside the circle, this was not a single. It was turned into one very easily eventually to end the over. Zohaib is going to be on strike once again, but this is something that Aditya Shetty needs to consider. It's 146 for 4 after 30. Aditya Shetty comes into the attack, and this is a poor first delivery, and I think Zohaib missed out on that. That was a long hop. He tried to hit it too hard, possibly, and that is why I played it down the ground rather than playing it towards mid wicket. Only a single this time around. They were better off if they had one more fielder inside the circle from the boundary, because there's no point stopping the boundaries when you just have 213 to get.
Well, yeah, we've been stressing on the fact that they need wickets. It's all about wickets at the moment. If this game goes on for another 10 overs, I think, they don't lose too many wickets, I think Fujairah would be clear favourites to win it. Meanwhile, officially played, could have been a chance. Usman on the very first time, I think, a shot he's played, which he hasn't been in control of, and which is the reason being that ball turned slightly, and I feel so Aditya Shetty can get a slip in, bowl those googlies. He bowls the googly really well. So just put pressure on Usman. Keep him thinking. Keep that doubt going in his mind. That one keeping a tad bit low and turning as well.
Absolutely, and it's very important for a leggy to keep changing his pace as well. Sometimes make the batsman hustle. Quickly finish your overs. Keep changing your pace. Keep changing your flight. Nicely bowled again, tossed up. Usman trying to tuck it away around the corner. Just couldn't get the run there. Good over this from Aditya Shetty, the captain of the Dubai side. 4 balls for just a single here. Tossed up. Nicely done. Oh, that should have been stopped. Goes towards long off. Another easy single.
Good over coming in from Shetty. Then just 2 runs off it. He's trying to build that pressure. And I think Usman just wanting to make sure that he takes as much strike as possible. With Zubair out there in the middle, a slightly younger partner with him. He would want to soak all the pressure himself. Last delivery then of the 31st over. That's been defended. End of the over. 2 runs coming off it. 31 done, 148 for the loss of 4.
Rahul Bhatia to continue his bowl well. Picked up 2 wickets for his side. And this is wrapped on the pads. It's going to be mighty close. It's given. There's a twist in the tail. Usman cannot believe it. It's a huge wicket. It's a huge wicket in the context of the game. Still quite a few runs to get here. Usman cannot believe it. He started walking slowly here. Look at the replay. It was foolish and found stuck on the crease. Usman, feet going nowhere, wrapping him onto the pads. It was gone right from the word go. Big wicket, huge wicket in the context of the game, Rashid.
Oh, absolutely. Humongous wicket. That was the wicket they were looking for. And look at that. He's stuck in his crease, Usman. Just trying to go across the line. And that's the line I was talking about. Bowl it outside off. Bring it into the left-hander. He's done exactly that. Created that chance. Usman missing out. A rare failure for him. He was looking absolutely very promising. Looking to take the game away from Team Dubai. But he'll have to walk back. 5th wicket down. And that'll really lift the spirits of Team Dubai. 148 on the board. 66 more required. 113 deliveries to do that.
That's the points table for you. Ajman, 3 matches, 3-1. There's another game that they are playing right now. Sharjah, 3 matches, winning 2 of them. And they are on top in terms of run rate as well. Fujairah, 3 matches, 2-1. This is their 4th game. Good run rate again. Dubai, 3 matches, winning 2. And they are in trouble today. Abu Dhabi and Emirates Blues have still to open their account. So the top 4 teams are looking all settled. Ajman without losing a game here. Rahul Bhatia continues. Wicket on the first ball. And this is another chance. Oh, dropping just short of Rahul Bhatia. Good attempt from him. This might have been very, very interesting. Dubai has come back strongly in this game now. Another couple of wickets. It is all but over for Fujairah. Into the shot too early, the new batter, Farazuddin. And another good delivery. Pull the length back just a little bit now. Rocking onto the back foot, playing it back to the bowler. Very good over this. 3 balls. No runs, a wicket. Outside the off stump, driven. Nicely done. Bad bounce for the fielder. Not his fault. That is exactly what he says. I got a bad bounce. He says sorry to the bowler. First run of the 4th ball of this over. Rahul Bhatia has picked up 3. This is a brilliant performance from him. The only sad part is that there's no slip. There are no attacking fielders whatsoever. Aditya Shetty and his men need to take a look at the conditions and decide whether they want to attack or defend, because defending is not going to take them anywhere. It's the wickets that matter for them. They need to pick up wickets time and again to get into the game. 150 for 5, last ball of the over. Played on to the back foot. Not convincing. Another dot ball to end the over. A very good one. Just 2 of it and a wicket. It's 150 for 5. 32 overs gone. Captain Aditya Shetty to continue. Still no slip. 2 new batters at the crease and no slip. That boggles my mind completely. Some of the senior men can get involved and maybe ask for a slip. The bowler can ask for a slip here. You need wickets. The only way to get them is create pressure. A slip creates the doubt in a batter's mind, especially if the ball is turning just a little bit. And it is as of now. Driven down the ground. Good bit of fielding. Another dot ball. I'd even say get the long one up in the circle. Get the square leg up in the circle. Make something happen. Make them work hard for their runs. 62 of those runs are required to win this game. In the meanwhile, a poor delivery, and this has been played with disdain towards mid-wicket. This is how Faraz bats. And it's gone to the boundary. A welcome boundary for Fujairah. The pressure is relieved just a little bit because of that. Poor ball. Outside the off stump, a googly, nicely bowled. Faraz lets it go. Another dot ball. Runs is not a problem for Fujairah. Even if they keep on getting 2 to 3 runs and over, they can still get to the target pretty easily. This has been played well. Mid-wicket will come in. Can't stop the single once again. Zohaib Zishan on strike now. Nicely bowled. Looped up in the air. Well played by Zohaib. Pushes this one away defensively. That ends the over. 6 from it. A decent over for Fujairah after quite a while. 156 for 5 after 33. Rahul Bhatia to continue. Nicely bowled. Some kick from the wicket as well. I hope my voice could reach to the ground. I would have told the bowler to get a slip in place as soon as possible. Oh, poor. Very poor. Should have been fielded. Couple of easy runs there. Very poor bit of fielding from Dubai. Driven in the air straight to the fielder. This time Aditya Shetty doesn't let it go. Another dot ball. 2 runs from the first 3 deliveries of this over. This is not a problem for Fujairah. Even if they get 3 runs and over, they're fine. Played down the ground again. This is what I'm talking about. If mid-on was in the circle, it won't be a single. Another single added to the total. They don't have the luxury of defending because they don't have runs on board. A meager 213 is what they could score in their first innings, Dubai. Another dot ball. Cut away nicely into the gap. Sweeper cover will come into play. And that's only a single to end the over. 4 of it, and that is exactly how much they require to win this game every over. 160 for 5, 34 overs gone.
Aditya Shetty into his 7th over. He's given away 28 runs. Hasn't picked up the wickets yet. He's the leading wicket taker in the tournament. 10 wickets for him. And the second best was Zohaib Gujjar before today's games. Meanwhile, that's been played impressively through the extra cover. Beautiful looking shot from Farazuddin. 4 runs.
Yeah, what a shot to welcome you back in the com box, Rashid. Brilliant. Still don't like the fact that there's no slip in place. I cannot stress on the fact that they need to get wickets. Look at that again, tossed up. It was under the bat. Got room to free his arms. Picked his spot. Hit it one bounce over the fence. Beautifully done. He's looking good. 13 of 13. Has hit 2 boundaries already. And this is played down the ground again towards that long on region. 6 runs of the over already. They require just around 3.3 runs per over. So runs, they just cannot cut down on that, the Dubai side. All they can do is try and pick up wickets. And you need to put some pressure to pick up wickets. Another single, easily taken eventually.
They're very good runners between the wicket. Both of these, and Farazuddin is very quick. As soon as he sees an opportunity, he just sets off. Makes it quite comfortably at the end. And you're absolutely right when you say that it's all about wickets now for Team Dubai. They have picked up those big wickets of Usman and Rohan. Now Farazuddin and Zohaib Zubair, they're stitching a partnership together. This is where that extra bit of pressure should be applied. The slip you were talking about, you've been stressing about that fact. And if it goes down the slip area, I think he's going to go out there and kick somebody. But you're absolutely right. Slip is of utter importance here. And so are the close-in fielders. They shouldn't allow those quick singles to be taken. And Faraz is a player who likes to play through the extra cover. And he always creates that gap between bat and pad. That's where they can take advantage. I've seen him, like we saw in the previous few deliveries as well. He hit a shot, a good boundary over the extra cover. But he did create that gap between bat and pad. And Aditya Shetty can bowl that coogly and take advantage of that. Meanwhile, end of over number 35. 15 more overs to go. 168 for the loss of 5, Team Fujairah.
Rahul Bhatia continues. He's picked up 3 wickets today. Brilliant bowling from him. He's looked like picking up wicket. Unfortunately, he doesn't have enough attacking options in the field. Wanted to go for a single. Another dot ball. 2 dot balls up front. Look at that. Just 3 runs per over required to win this game. 5 wickets in hand. It's looking like a cakewalk right now for Fujairah. But a couple of wickets can do wonders for the Dubai side. Good bit of fielding again. And nicely bowled, tossed up in the air. And that is why it becomes all the more important for you to get a slip. I just hope and wish somehow Aditya Shetty gets my voice in the ground.
Certainly. Meanwhile, that pressure is being created by Rahul Bhatia in this over. But they need to consistently build that pressure and then probably entice Farazuddin or Zohaib Zubair to go for that shot or create that chance that can be availed by Team Dubai. Rahul Bhatia is into his 9th over. He's just given away 28 runs. Pick up the bowlers, picked up 3 wickets. There you go. It's been played upishly. Chance falls in no man's land. And these are the kind of deliveries, this is the kind of pressure that you build up. 3 dot balls up front. And it does make the batter go for you. And in the process, probably pick up that chance that they create.
Absolutely. Spot on. It was a chancy shot. Got 2 runs for it, Zohaib. Outside the off stump, this has been put away nicely through the covers. Straight to hand or the stomach. That ends the over with a dot ball. Good over from Rahul Bhatia. He's given away just 2 in this. 171 for 5 after 36. Take a look at the scorecard. This is how they fared for Fujairah till now. It's a low-scoring game. We thought it's going to be comfortable for Fujairah. They are in a comfortable position, mind you, but aren't winning comfortably. Asif Khan, 17 of 25. Salman Khan, 39 of 48. Then a great knock coming in from the captain, Mohammad Usman, but a beautiful ball from Rahul Bhatia got him. 65 of 64. Zawar Farid came in and walked out, courtesy a run out, thanks to his captain, who didn't respond to his call. Rohan Mustafa, leg before the wicket. Once again, Rahul Bhatia, that man, picking up the wicket, 18 of 37. And now there's a partnership developing between Zuhaib Zubair and Farazuddin. And they are both looking decent. In fact, when Faraz came to the crease, Zuhaib was just on 3 runs. So a good-looking partnership developing between the two. It's worth 23 runs already.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 youngsters out there. And now not many to get, but then you start asking that question. What if they got 50, 60 odd runs more, Dubai? How difficult would that have been when these 2 youngsters would have walked in and the required run rate would have been around the 5-run mark? Would have created that extra bit of pressure, and they would have tried to up the ante and probably lost their wickets in the process.
Absolutely, and there's nothing wrong with the wicket, mind you. It hasn't even come off if you look at it. So I think it's a decent wicket. It's a good wicket to bat on. We saw a 292 scored and being chased down in just 42 overs. Of course, dew was a very important factor in this game, not today. There's no dew whatsoever, and look at that. Poor is the word that comes to my mind. This is very, very poor.
Oh, Farooq Mohammad, normally a very good fielder, but on that occasion, giving away a very easy run. Lunch is not amused, and rightly so. He's trying to build pressure by keeping one batter on strike. That's a better delivery. Fuller and played off the back foot. Not very advisable there for Farazuddin. He should have come onto the front foot and defended that. But somebody like Nilanch, who's got a lot of pace as well, he can sneak that arm ball into him. Better there. Playing it back to the bowler. Now these 2 need to make sure they stay there, no matter what the conditions are, no matter how much pressure is being exerted on them. 3 or 4 runs and over is easily achievable. It's only 41 runs that they need to get. That's been cut well. Cover sweeper will cut that off and will be a single. And that's another option probably Dubai can use. Fahad Nawaz, I saw him bowling last night in one of the domestic games. Wasn't a hat-trick, picked up 2 wickets on the trot. So a lot of options available for Team Dubai. 37 overs done, 174 for the loss of 5.
Rahul Bhatia into his last over. Tossed up, played down the ground easily towards long on. If that fielder was inside the circle, that won't have been a single. That is exactly both of us have been talking about.
They need to make those changes now. They can't afford to take the game too deep. And
They need the batters to manufacture shots.
Absolutely. 100% agreed. That's been played well through the covers. Taimur Ali will clean it up, and it'll only be a single. So now they don't mind taking those 3 singles of the over. Team Fujairah, they're very content with doing that. And once they get settled down, they'll probably hit a boundary here or there and chase this down quite easily.
Defending a lowish total means that even if you bowl 3 good overs on a trot with 1 runs, 2 runs to it, and then the opposition gets a boundary, it makes up for that. this is bowled well. Once again, Rahul Bhatia has been brilliant tonight. Tossing it up, enticing the batter to come, drive him down the ground. And he's got some turn, some grip from the surface as well. This one just kicked a little bit from the surface. This time on to the back foot, straight to Aditya Shetty, the captain of the side, on extra cover. Close in. 2 back-to-back dot balls. Won't build up pressure, because not a lot of runs required from here on to win this game. Just 37 of those runs required now. And again, nicely bowled. He's been exemplary today. He's picked up 3 wickets just at the right time. When it was important to pick up a wicket, he picked up the wicket of 2 of the most experienced players in the UAE, Mohammad Usman and Rohan Mustafa. And again, flighted and tossed in the air, straight to Aditya Shetty. Just 2 of it. He completes his spell. In his 10 overs, he's given away Rahul Bhatia just 32 runs and picked up 3 wickets. A very good spell from him. 176 for 5 after 38. A very good ball from Nilansh Keswani. He's bowled well in this over. 4 balls. And only a single in those 4 balls. Beating the bat twice outside the off stump. And
Calls
again,
for a slip.
absolutely.
Yeah, we've been talking about that. Slip is, I think, one of the key areas, key field positions they have missed out on. And the way Nilansh is turning the ball and getting the ball to bounce. Rahul was turning the ball. He was getting those arm balls as well, but he was not getting that bounce which Nilansh is getting. So I think a lot more convincing for me to put in a slip as a captain.
And why not? 5 wickets in hand. You're already losing the game. 30 odd runs required to win this. It's going to be a cakewalk. So maybe just try something new.
Absolutely.
If only that is the reason to do it, do it. Why not?
That can be something that they'll learn for the future games as well. So you're absolutely right. It's not about winning or losing. It's about winning and learning. So that's one thing they can really think about. Meanwhile, 39 done. 11 more overs to go. 180 on the board for the loss of 5. And they don't require too many runs now. I think about 34 runs required of the last 11.
single on the first ball of the over, change in bowling. Surya Satish comes in and is having slight problems here. Maybe didn't warm up properly before bowling this delivery. That can happen to you sometimes, especially under the lights. It's a little cool tonight. Maybe his body was a little stiff before bowling the delivery.
Quite possible there. Which is why we were talking about those injuries to fast bowlers and how careful they need to be. There you go. He's not comfortable. It's the toe, I think. It's his toe which is making him struggle.
Yeah, and it takes a lot of pressure on the toes while you're bowling fast.
Straight away.
It's very important to have a good footwear, especially these days in cricket. We remember those days where there were a lot of people playing in slippers in gully cricket. Even Amir was telling me, Mohammad Amir, that he started that way. He didn't even have shoes while he started playing cricket. He used to play his initial days in a shalwar kurta. But yeah, if you need longevity, you need the equipment as well to go along. There's another story that I was reading about Natarajan, I think. A brilliant story. What a success story he has. Made a name for himself in the IPL, got into the Indian side as well. And at one point in time, he didn't have shoes to wear. So he would borrow shoes from other bowlers to bowl in the nets.
Wow.
In fact, it was his neighbor who was paying for all his practices. Good work down behind the ground, behind the stumps rather. There was 4 written all over it from the under edge. Good work by the keeper. So his neighbor helped him getting all the training because his family could not afford it.
Wow.
And he said in that interview that, when he got his first pair of shoes, he felt as if he had achieved something. That's a great story. It's such a huge success story.
Absolutely. That's something to be read by every young cricketer, and a lot of learning to do from there. A lot of motivation to be learned from there, and how you can improve yourself as a cricketer, hard work, where it can get to you too. Natarajan is a prime example of that, and a lot other stories as well of a lot of the cricketers who started off really poorly and then made their name in the game, and went on to represent the national teams as well, and did so much for their country.
Absolutely. Another name that comes to my mind, a man who scored a century recently in the IPL, Yashasvi Jaiswal. Again, a great story there. Short ball pulled away, easily done, only a single. Runs coming easily now. 5 of them in this particular over from the first 5 balls. It's going to be a very smooth victory for Fujairah if Aditya Shetty and camp doesn't decide to do anything differently here. So, Jaiswal's father was not well off and he didn't have money to train, but eventually got there somehow. And today, a century to his name in the IPL, one of the contenders to get into the national side, one of the most talked about young cricketers in the domestic circuit in India. Amazing.
Absolutely. Some wonderful stories. And this is where we should feel, and the cricketers who are playing out there, they should feel very privileged to have this kind of infrastructure here in the UAE, and the kind of support being provided by the Emirates Cricket Board to promote their game.
Well, absolutely spot on. The ECB has been brilliant. It's 185 for 5 after 40. cut away nicely, right from the meat of the bat. Just 28 more required to get in 59 balls now. Good partnership between the two. We have been talking about the fact that how Dubai could have done things differently. In the meanwhile, these two youngsters have taken it upon themselves to actually get to victory for their side. Oh, got him! Another wicket here. Commentator's curse for Farazuddin, who was looking good on 23 of 36. He's walking back to the pavilion. 6th wicket down, but I think it's a little too late in the game.
That's a good delivery. We were talking about Farazuddin going on to the back foot to deliveries which were fuller, and that's undone him. Good delivery from Nilansh, persisting on that line on the middle stump and getting his man to walk back. But I think, as you rightly said, this is a little too late. Only 28 runs required, but a good knock coming in from the youngster. 6th wicket down for Team Fujairah, 186 on the board. Zishan Abid, the new man, he'll be up against Nilansh Yeswani, who's into his last over. 51 for the loss of one. 51 for one rather, in 9.3 for Nilansh.
Another cracker of a game going on the other oval, which is very, very close. This is driven straight to the man. No runs there. So it's Ajman versus EC Blues. And the Blues are defending a good total, actually. Somewhere around 317, 14. That is what they scored. And Rahul Chopra has taken the game away from the opposition for Ajman. He's batting on 93 of 63. Almost winning the game for them. It's going to be a very close game because 8 more balls remaining. And Rashid is going to tell me how many runs to get there.
It's probably
the
about
Mr. Mathematician.
8 runs to get of the last 7 deliveries for Team Ajman, who are ruling the roost. They're at number 1 position. So this is a game where if they win this, they'll probably cement their place into the finals. All other teams are at 4 points at the moment. Even if they go on to win the last 2 games, they'll probably... Yeah, at the moment, Ajman is at 6. If they win this game, they'll go to 8. So they'll probably be strong contenders for that number 1 position. Meanwhile, in this ground, that's been played well. It's running away towards the boundary. Taimur giving it a chase. It's done well. Just stopped it inside the boundary rope. And 2 more runs added to the total. And meanwhile, on the other ground, there's a boundary being hit. Rahul Chopra, he's on 99, I think, with that boundary. Let's switch games. Oh, is it going all the way? Last delivery of Ali Nasir's over, and that's gone all the way for a maximum. So 6 runs there.
Oh, what a game. Just when the doctor ordered for Rahul Chopra. He's played well in this tournament, mind you. There was one game that I was covering for Ajman, and he scored 60 odd in that game. And they had lost 4 wickets on 50 odd runs. And after that, a partnership between Faisal Beg and Rahul Chopra took the match away from from the opposition. There was a 50 from Rahul Chopra, a 60 odd he scored in that game, and a century from Faisal Beg. Ajman is looking like a solid team.
A 2.0. They've come out and they made sure they own this tournament. They play like they own it. But it's absolutely wonderful to see teams like Ajman, Abu Dhabi, and Dubai, and some of the other teams other than Fujairah and Sharjah do well. And it's always a pleasure to call those games and witness some thrilling cricket. Meanwhile, Aditya Shetty has brought himself back. He's into his 8th over. Starts off with a short delivery. Zohaib Zubair punches it down, or pushes it down towards long off, and they'll pick up a single. Now the man on strike, Zishan Abid. He likes to go after the bowlers. Doesn't like to take too much time. He'll not let you die wondering. He'll go for his shots, and he'll make sure that he gets these last bit of runs very quickly.
Absolutely. Things looking all set for Fujairah, even though they have lost 6 wickets. Short ball, in fact, a length ball that is played onto the back foot. Nicely done, making room. Good footwork there. And only a single this time around.
.24 runs to get here. That's a good delivery from Aditya Shetty. He's yet to pick up a wicket today. He's the leading wicket taker in this tournament. He's got 10 wickets to his name. Sohaib Gujjar from Team Ajman. On number 2 position, he's got 8 wickets, including today's game. So that tells you what a good effort this has been from Aditya Shetty. Meanwhile, singles been taken very easily.
Wicketless today when it mattered the most for the captain. And that's how cruel the game is sometimes. Zishan to face Aditya. Tossed high. Over the eye level. Trying to hit it hard. Missing it completely. Goes to the keeper. Soft inquiry from the umpire, who turns it down. 23 more required. 49 balls remaining at 2.82 runs per over. Smooth sailing for Fujairah. And in the meanwhile, on the other oval, Ajman has comprehensively won the game. Chasing under the lights is always easier comparatively, but EC Blues could not defend a good total there. 313 odd is what they scored, batting first, and Ajman got there comprehensively, riding on a century from their middle order bat, Rahul Chopra. Brilliant knock from him. 191 for 6 in this game at the Ajman over number 2. 42 overs gone. Flighted delivery from Aryan Lakra. He's been very expensive today. Brought into the attack now for his second spell. A little late in the day. He's a good bowler. Make no mistake about that. Starts with a dot ball here. 23 more required. 47 balls remaining at almost 3 runs and over. Nicely bowled. Some kick from the wicket. Turning away from Zohaib. Played well eventually, dropping his wrists to make sure that it goes into the ground. Another dot ball. Nicely bowled again with the arm. Coming into the batter. Caught on the back foot. Had to hurry eventually defending that shot. Zohaib. This is in the air, straight to backward point. Yug the fielder there, falling short of him. And another dot ball. So 4 back-to-back dots in this over. That shouldn't trouble Fujairah because there's still a lot of deliveries to play with. But genuinely, 2-13, they should have finished off the game by now.
Certainly, they didn't have a big total to chase down. So credit will be given to Team Dubai as well for making a game out of a very low target, which they set up in the first innings. When a lot of things for Fujairah to ponder about. They were one of the strongest teams in the tournament, and they boast a very strong batting lineup with the likes of Asif Khan, Rohan Khan, Salman Khan, a lot of Khans out there, and Mohammad Usman, their captain as well. Meanwhile, end of over number 43, a maiden over coming in from Marian Lakra, 191 for the loss of 6.
Slashed hard through the covers. Good bit of fielding on the boundary. And good running between the wickets. They've taken 2 easy runs there. Zishan was the one who played that shot. Flat batting it in the air. But nicely timed. Aditya to continue.
Once again, bowling it outside the off stump, that slip fielder would have certainly been very interested with the way Aditya Shetty is getting the ball to turn away from the right-hander. He hasn't given away too many runs in today's game, but he hasn't picked up a wicket either. That's been played uppishly in the gap, and that's gone all the way. Brilliant shot coming in from Zishan Abid. He's a very busy cricketer, and on that occasion, 2 full from Aditya Shetty, and he has to pay the price.
Yeah, 2 full. Under the bat, asking to be hit. Down on one knee, beautifully played inside out hit. And this is not a small ground, Malik Cricket Stadium. It was well timed as well. No pressure telling on these 2 batters, mind you. And that is what you need to do in a low scoring game. Create pressure, create doubts in a batter's mind. Short ball. Played towards R.N. Lakra. And a quick run. They're going for the second. No, they are not. Deciding against it. And a good call at that. So this is another single added to the total. 200 up for the Fujairah boys. Just 14 more required to win this game now.
Now the writing's on the wall for Team Dubai now. Low full toss. And that's what happens when your prime bowler, the bowler with the most wickets in the tournament is in your side, and he's not able to pick up a wicket in the game. That does tell you that they're falling behind the game. And Aditya Shetty being the captain as well, so extra bit of pressure on his shoulders, which is the reason why I think it's telling on the whole team when they didn't get to that total which he was talking about. I think during toss he told you anything over 325, which they should have reassessed after the conditions, and they should have probably targeted 280, 270. That could have been completely different game. Meanwhile, once again, inside out from Zishan Abid. He plays this shot really well. Boundary to end the over. But 9 more runs required, under 10 now for Team Fujairah. And coming back to that discussion, I think they needed to reassess conditions and reassess the target they would wanted to. As soon as they came out to field, I felt that their shoulders were down, they were drooling in the field, and the spirits weren't very high. We'll talk about that in the next over. Meanwhile, 44 overs done, 9 more required for Team Fujairah. That's the summary then. Team Dubai only managing to get 213, Haider Shah 79, and Mujahid Amin picking up 4 wickets. Meanwhile, for Fujairah, this has been a lovely run chase, 205 so far, 65 for Osman, and Bhatia has picked up 3 wickets. So 9 more required for Team Fujairah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at the toss, Aditya said 325 plus would be a good score. And we are hoping that dew doesn't come in, which didn't actually, which worked in their favor. But you needed to get those runs, at least a 270, 280. Even a 292 was chased down in 42 overs in the last game. And I was saying this at the toss as well. And on the other hand, when I talked to Usman said, we'd like to restrict them to 220, 230. And I think it was job well done by Fujairah in that regard. They had set a target in their mind, and they actually restricted them under 220, which was very good work from their bowlers, although it was a flying start for Dubai in the first 5-6 overs.
Well, absolutely, and Fazan, I think as a team, in the longer format, you need to reassess conditions after every 5 or 10 overs, re-strategize, rethink about the total you want to get. For example, if Team of Dubai was doing well, I think Usman would have then gathered his boys and told them that, right, boys, we're changing that target. We wanted to restrict them to 220. Doesn't look realistic. Let's look at 250. And then try to restrict them to 250. And if it is not possible, then 280. So you keep changing your targets. Similarly, Dubai should have assessed conditions. If they thought 325 was what they wanted to get, and they lost a couple of quick wickets up top, they would have reassessed. 280 is what they should have looked for. And then after 15, 20 overs, reassessed again and have seen that you can actually do well if you keep changing your goals. If you set that rigid target of 325 and to get there, you keep losing wickets and you don't play your 50 overs, you don't end up getting to a challenging total in the first place, which was what happened with Dubai, and that is the reason why their spirits weren't too high when they came out to field.
That sounded like poetry. That is what happened to Dubai, and that is why their spirits were not so high. Rashid can certainly rap. Nicely played for a couple of runs, inside out once again, this time by Zohaib. It's 209 on board now for the loss of 6. It's only a matter of time and a formality to get to the total now.
Absolutely. I'm getting a lot of compliments from you today.
You deserve them, dude.
And we'll go for dinner after this. My treat.
I'd settle for a nice expensive watch.
Now you're asking for too much now.
Or maybe your car.
Oh, we can share, no problem. 5 more runs to get then. That's played through the covers. Will only be a single now within touching distance. A hit away, Team Fujairah. What a convincing victory this has been. Did falter in the middle. They lost a few quick wickets, but well, Mohammad Usman and then these two youngsters making sure they crossed that line quite comfortably at the end.
Also, talking about the first innings, I think they were bogged down just a little bit too much in the middle overs. They were scoring at around 2 runs per over for a long period of time. And that is why it was important to rotate strike at that moment. Although Haider eventually scored 79 runs, and it is because of his runs that they got to 213. But the fact is, if Haider had gone a little faster about things, maybe rotating the strike consistently, all the other batters to have come down next would have had that opportunity with the number of balls remaining to actually go for their big shots.
Or somebody like Taimur Ali, who took a lot of time, 24 deliveries for his 6-odd runs, and that's what we were talking about. Even the fuller deliveries were defended with the dead bat. He didn't push the deliveries to go for those singles, which put added bit of pressure on him and his partners. And I thought that is one of the reasons why I wouldn't give too much blame to somebody like Haider Wasisha, because he did eventually get that good total, like you mentioned, and which is the reason why Dubai got to 200 place, 13 runs in the first place. So it is, I think, of utter importance for the other batters to make sure they learn the art of picking up singles in these difficult situations.
And you're spot on when you say reassess the target. In fact, you should make small targets. 5 overs each. You should think of a target in your mind and try and get there. Even if you don't get there, you should reassess it and set another target for the next 5 overs. So small targets is what you need to do when you strategize out in the middle as a batter. This is up in the air. The mid-on is inside the circle. It's going to fall short of the boundary, but still reaches the boundary. And that's it. It's all over for the Dubai boys here. Fujairah winning convincingly in the end. It was a good ball, got some height to it, but Zishan goes for his shot and gets it eventually. Fujairah winning the match by 4 wickets here. Good performance from the Fujairah boys. Getting to the total eventually quite easily, mind you, with almost 5 overs to spare. 2 men satisfied doing their jobs. Partnership between them, good one. Fujairah winning the game by 4 wickets, and they will get their 6 points now. Celebrations going all around, but Dubai will need to put their heads down and need to reassess the situation and rethink their tactics and their strategies. Because clearly what they did today didn't work. Take a look at the scorecard. Chasing 213, Asif Khan changed gears but was picked up by Yug. Yug at that time was almost unplayable. In his first 3 overs, he bowled 2 maidens to Asif Khan, 17 of 25. Salman Khan played decently well, 39 of 48. Mohammad Usman, 65 from 64. It's that partnership that took the game away from Dubai. Zawar Farid came out, couldn't do much, was run out. Courtesy a wrong call from the non-striker. Rohan Mustafa, 18 of 37. And the remaining batters did their job as well. Look at the bowling. Nilansh Keswani, 10 overs, 53 runs, picked up a wicket. Yug Sharma was very good in his first spell. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 21 runs, picking up a wicket. Aryan Lakra was expensive today. 5 overs, 30 runs. Surya Satish bowled just 5 decent overs. 5 overs for 22. Rahul Bhatia, the pick of the bowlers there. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 32 runs and 3 wickets, going at only 3.2 runs per over. Not a good day for Aditya Shetty in the field or with the ball as the captain of the side. 9.3 overs, 57 runs, going at 6 runs apiece. 45.3 overs, they reached the target relatively comfortably. So these are the highlights for you. Asif Khan hit a couple of boundaries against Nilansh Keswani, put them onto the back foot. Then Yug came in. He went for the big shot, was easily caught at mid-on. Nice catch as well from Aryan. And again, Usman came in, and Usman went about things beautifully. Scoring at will, hitting some very good shots, going at more than run a ball. And that's another wicket. That was given leg before the wicket. Things started to falter from there just a little bit. And the run out of Zawar Farid. Both of them going towards one end. Rohan Mustafa stayed there on the wicket for a while but was given out plumb leg before the wicket. And then Usman's wicket. That was the big wicket. That changed things around just a little bit, but I think lack of attack from Dubai made sure that Fujairah had their easy victory. This is the winning shot. Mind you, no, this was the shot that was played by Zishan before that. So beautiful scenes from the Malik Cricket Stadium. There was no dew today. And that is why possibly we got a fight in this particular game. Emirates D50 powered by fan code match number 11, won comprehensively by Fujairah with 4 wickets.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the post-match presentation of match number 11 of the Emirates D50, powered by FanCode. This was a game which Fujairah was taking on Team Dubai, and Fujairah winning the toss and electing to field first. Dubai could only manage to get a low total of 213 runs, which was chased quite easily at the end by Team Fujairah. Joining me in the presentation party, I've got Mr. Iftikhar Ali, who would be presenting the memento to the player of the match, and that goes to Mujahid Amin from Team Fujairah for his excellent performance. 10 overs, 42 runs, and he picked up 4 wickets. A crucial performance from Mujahid Amin, making sure that he restricts Team Dubai to a low target. Mujahid, कैसा लग रहा है आपको कम बैक करना आफ्टर a couple of games?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, सबसे पहले तो अल्लाह का शुक्र अदा करूँगा कि परफॉर्म हुआ है और टीम के लिए फ़ायदेमंद हुआ है। तो बाकी ओवरऑल अभी D50 हम काफ़ी टाइम बाद खेल रहे थे, तो इसमें यह है कि 1-2 मैचेस लगे हैं थोड़ा रिदम वगैरह आने में, क्योंकि हम ज़्यादा T10 और T20 का फॉर्मेट खेल रहे थे। तो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह ये है कि अच्छी विन है, इससे हम टीम का मोराल और मेरा अपना मोराल भी बहुत ऊपर जाएगा।
और कंडीशन थोड़े से डिफ़िकल्ट थे, सूरज होता है, थोड़ी गर्मी ज़्यादा होती है। विकेट कैसा था?
विकेट ओवरऑल तो विकेट तो अभी जितने भी मैचेस हो रहे हैं, आई थिंक आज 11वां मैच है, तो 250 प्लस और 300 हो रहा है। लेकिन यह बस थोड़ा वेरिएशन से कोशिश की है कि वेरिएशन से थोड़ा डिसीव करके, क्योंकि बैटिंग ट्रैक्स बहुत अच्छे एनवायरनमेंट है यहाँ पे ग्राउंड्स का, तो ये है कि अच्छे मैचेस हो रहे हैं, रन्स हो रहे हैं, तो उसमें यह है कि आउट करने का भी मज़ा आता है। इतना इजी विकेट मिलता नहीं है, तो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आज आउट किए हैं तो कॉन्फिडेंस हाई है। और शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहूँगा मैनेजमेंट का और कप्तान का, बहुत सपोर्ट किया उन्होंने, तो इस वजह से अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह।
अच्छा, क्या एक चीज़ है जो आप कुछ अगली गेम में कुछ डिफरेंटली करना चाहेंगे जिससे रिजल्ट्स और बेटर हो सकते हैं आपके लिए भी और आपकी टीम के लिए भी?
कोशिश करेंगे सेम, माशाल्लाह पिछला मैच भी अच्छा गया बॉलिंग में, अभी ये भी है, बस वो चीज़ करने की कोशिश करेंगे जो टीम के लिए फ़ायदा हो। मतलब अभी जिस तरह मैचेस चल रहे हैं, हाई स्कोरिंग मैचेस हो रहे हैं, तो कोशिश करते हैं कि डॉट बॉल्स हों, जो क्योंकि अगर दोनों एंड से अगर हम डॉट बॉल ज़्यादा करें तो प्रेशर क्रिएट होता है, प्रेशर क्रिएट में विकेट का चांस होता है। वो 50 ओवर्स है, इसमें हम जितनी जल्दी विकेट्स लेते हैं तो फिर अगली टीम पर प्रेशर ज़्यादा होता है।
चलें, ऑल द बेस्ट एंड डू वेल इन द फ्यूचर।
थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
Well, that was Mujahid Amin talking about being consistent with the ball in the next games to come forward. Well, that's it from the post-match presentation for tonight. Do join us tomorrow for yet another thrilling games of cricket. Till then, good night and goodbye.